Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, The Neighborhood Watch Patrol is Hiding. What really happened to the mailman is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first strange thing was the mailbox door hanging open in the rain. Not wide open, just enough to tap softly against the metal post every time the wind moved through the cul-de-sac. A little tin click, then a pause, then click again. It was the kind of noise you only notice after it's been going on for a while. Once it gets under whatever thought you were trying to hold. I had my trash bag in one hand and my keys in the other, standing at the edge of my driveway in sweatpants and an old university hoodie that smelled faintly like fabric softener and fryer oil from the diner where I worked weekends. It was just after 7 in the evening, late October. The sky already gone that dense blue-gray that made every porch light look weak. Rain had come and gone all day in short bursts, leaving the asphalt shiny and the gutters full of leaves plastered flat like wet fish scales. Across the circle, every mailbox door was shut except one. Ours. I stood there longer than I should have, looking at it. It could have been nothing. Usually it was nothing. Kids bumped them on bikes. The latch on ours had been loose for years. Sometimes the postal carrier didn't press it all the way closed. Still, I knew I'd emptied it that morning before sleeping off my overnight shift. 2 grocery flyers, a power bill, a dentist reminder I'd already ignored twice. I remembered because I'd thrown the junk mail directly into recycling and left the bill on the kitchen counter under the salt shaker so I wouldn't lose it. Click. The door hit the frame again. Behind me, the front door opened and my mother leaned out, one hand still on the knob. Eli. Her voice had that distracted edge it got when she was doing 3 things at once. I turned. Yeah, Alina from next door says the watch group is doing another patrol tonight. They're asking people to leave porch lights on. I laughed once through my nose. That'll scare off the forces of evil. Don't start. I'm not starting anything. She gave me the look that meant she had already had a long day at St. Vincent's billing department and didn't have the energy for my tone. Take the trash out and come back in. It smells like wet dog out there. It smells like wet leaves. It smells like both. She shut the door again. Through the front window, I could see the warm square of the kitchen and her shadow moving past the sink. My name is Eli Mercer. I was 28 that fall, living back in the house I grew up in on Alder Creek Court, a quiet little development outside Tacoma, Washington. The kind of place built in stages over the 90s and early 2000s, so half the houses had stone veneer and half had vinyl siding, trying not to look cheap. I'd moved home after my father died, and after a shorter chain of bad decisions than I usually admitted out loud. Rent going up, too many late shifts, an ex who'd gotten tired of waiting for me to become less adrift. I told people I was saving money. That part was true. The other truth was uglier and simpler. I hated the feeling of being alone in an apartment at night. Hated every settling noise, every footstep in the hall that wasn't mine, every buzz from the building entry after midnight. Grief had made me skittish in ways I didn't know how to explain without sounding childish, so I didn't explain it. I walked to the curb and pulled the mailbox open the rest of the way. Empty. No letters. No packages jammed inside. Just the damp paper smell that clung to the metal box in wet weather. When I pushed the little door closed, I noticed the latch had caught fine. No wiggle, no looseness. I pulled it open again, shut it again. Solid. That was enough to bother me. I dragged the trash bin to the curb and looked up the street. Porch lights had begun flicking on in patches, some yellow, some harsh white. A television flashed blue through the front window at the Bowers place. Somewhere farther off, beyond the line of fenced backyards, a siren moved faintly across the arterial road, then faded. Then another sound reached me. Low voices, men's voices. At the mouth of the cul-de-sac, under the maple tree that had started dropping orange leaves all over the sidewalk, 3 figures in reflective vests were standing beside a golf cart from the HOA clubhouse. One of them had a flashlight angled down. One had a clipboard. The light from the nearest street lamp caught the silver stripes on their vests every time they shifted. Neighborhood watch. They started the patrols 3 weeks ago after somebody's car got rifled through on Birch Lane. Then somebody else reported packages missing off a porch 2 streets over. It was mostly retirees and the kind of men who missed being in charge of things. They drove around slow, made Facebook posts full of grainy doorbell screenshots, and wrote long comments about maintaining standards. My mother approved because it made her feel like somebody was paying attention. I disliked them on sight. One of the men looked up and saw me. He raised a hand. I recognized him as Glenn Foster, 60-something, broad-shouldered in the way some older men stayed broad even after the muscle softened. He lived 2 courts over. Ex-Marine, according to himself, and anybody trapped within 15 feet of him at a barbecue. He started walking over, boots dark with rain. "Elijah, right," he called. "Eli, right. You seen the carrier today?" I blinked. "The mailman." "Mail carrier," he corrected, in the tone of a man performing politeness rather than feeling it. "Usual time, around 4. "No, I was asleep," he nodded, but it wasn't a casual nod. It was the kind people do when they're slotting your answer into a space they already had waiting. "Your mother home, she's inside." Glenn glanced past me toward the house, then back toward our mailbox. "You expecting anything important?" That bothered me more than the open door had. "Why?" Routine question. "For what?" He smiled, and it landed wrong. Too quick, no warmth in it. "There've been some irregularities." "What kind of irregularities?" Before he could answer, a woman's voice cut in from the sidewalk. "Glenn, you coming back?" The woman approaching was Dana Kessler, 42, the vice president of the HOA, and the unofficial source of all neighborhood information, whether you wanted it or not. She wore a rain shell over business clothes and held a flashlight like she knew how to use it. Dana lived 3 houses down from us with 2 middle school sons, and a husband I rarely saw except mowing. She was sharp, organized, and permanently half a step from irritated, as if the rest of the world kept missing deadlines she had not assigned them. She stopped near the curb and gave me a tight smile. "Evening, Eli. Evening. Did Glenn ask if you've seen Marcus?" I looked between them. "No, he asked if I'd seen the carrier." Dana and Glenn exchanged a glance so fast it might have been meaningless if it hadn't felt so practiced. She said, "Marcus is the route carrier. He usually hits this court around 4:10. "I don't know his name," I said. "He's been on this route Almost a year, she replied. Like that was a moral failing. From behind them, the third vest-wearing figure wandered closer with the slow, distracted gait of somebody who didn't want to be in the middle of anything. He was younger than the other two, maybe 35, tall and thin, with a knit beanie soaked dark from the drizzle. I knew him better, Tomas Varga, 36, a software engineer from the Czech Republic who'd moved into the rental on the outer loop last spring. Nice enough, kept mostly to himself. He was the kind of neighbor who waved while taking out recycling and then disappeared for days. I'd helped him jump his Subaru once. Tomas lifted 2 fingers in greeting. Hey, Dana asked. You didn't hear anything unusual this afternoon? Like what? She hesitated. Glenn answered instead. Raised voices, a vehicle, maybe a dog. That narrows it down. Tomas let out a soft breath that might have been a laugh and immediately looked down when Glenn cut his eyes at him. The rain picked up again, not hard, just a fine steady mist that silvered the cuffs of everybody's jackets. Water dripped from the maple leaves in slow, cold ticks. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then my front door opened again. My mother, Laura Mercer, 56, stepped onto the porch carrying a dish towel. She was still in her navy scrubs under a cardigan, reading glasses pushed up into her hair. She had the tired, pretty face of a woman who had spent most of her life handling practical problems for other people and had recently begun to resent it. Is something wrong? Glenn's whole posture changed. Softer voice. Small, reassuring smile. Evening, Laura. Just checking whether you happened to receive your mail today. She came down 2 steps, but not all the way. I don't think so. I haven't looked. Dana spoke quickly. We're trying to account for Marcus's last confirmed stop. Account for, my mother repeated. He's not answering calls, Glenn said. And that means what exactly? Probably nothing, Dana said. Tomas stared at the wet pavement. I looked at him, then back at Glenn. You guys are doing neighborhood patrols. Why are you tracking the mailman? Nobody else tracking anybody, Glenn said. That sounded like tracking. It sounded like concern, my mother said quietly. Glenn opened his hands. Postal supervisor came by the clubhouse asking if anyone had seen him finish his route. That's all, Dana added. There was some confusion about whether he made it onto Alder Creek or not. My mother frowned. Then ask the houses. Doorbell cameras, porch cams, whatever people have. We are, Dana said. That's what this is. But she wasn't looking at my mother when she said it. She was looking at me. There was a moment then, a small one, where the whole street seemed to hold still. Rain whispering on the pavement. The hum of somebody's garage door motor in the distance. The faint chemical smell of wet cedar, bark mulch from the flower beds. Nothing dramatic. Just enough for my skin to tighten across the back of my neck. Because I realized what felt off wasn't that they were asking questions. It was that none of them seemed surprised enough. If a mail carrier really vanished mid-route in a suburban neighborhood before dark, people would be louder than this. Somebody would already be posting. Somebody would be standing in the street in slippers, offering theories. Cops would be rolling through, their deep emotion, curiosity. Instead, these 3 were contained, careful, like they had all agreed on the volume before walking over. My mother must have felt some version of it too. I saw her fold the dish towel once tightly over her hand. She said, "Did you call the police?" Glenn answered too fast. Postal inspectors handle a lot of this first. A missing person is a lot of this, she said. Dana's smile got thinner. Again, Laura, nobody said missing. Not answering calls. Last confirmed stop. Accounting for his route. My mother shook her head. You don't have to use the word for it to mean the same thing. Tomas shifted on his feet. Maybe we should just ask about cameras and go. Glenn ignored him. Would you mind checking whether any mail was delivered? It could help establish timing. My mother looked at me, and I could already tell what she was thinking. Don't antagonize them. Don't get involved. Don't turn a weird neighborhood thing into a personal project. She knew me too well. The flaw she would have named, if asked, was that I couldn't leave a loose thread alone once I noticed it. I told myself that made me observant. Mostly it just made me stupid in slow motion. I'll check, she said. She went inside. Dana followed her with her eyes until the door shut, then lowered her voice. If you remember seeing Marcus, even earlier in the day, let us know directly. Don't put speculation online. Why not? Because panic helps nobody. Panic about what, again? That split-second glance between her and Glenn. Tomas spoke without looking at either of them. People say stupid things online. I said, that's true every day. He finally met my eyes, and what I saw there was not humor. It was strain. The kind somebody wears when they're trying not to be the first person to speak plainly. My mother returned with the small stack from the kitchen counter, the power bill, the grocery flyer, the dentist card. She held them out. This came sometime before noon. He didn't deliver this evening. Glenn barely looked. Dana did. Her expression didn't change, but she took in the postmark dates, the barcodes, all of it. Thank you, she said. My mother didn't hand them over. You can look without taking them. Dana withdrew her hand. That's fine. A car turned into the cul-de-sac then, headlights sliding over the wet street and briefly bleaching all of us flat and pale. It was a USPS supervisor vehicle, white with a blue stripe, moving slowly. It paused near the entrance where the golf cart was parked. The driver, a woman in a postal jacket, leaned out and called, "Any luck?" Before any of us could answer, Glenn strode toward her. Dana followed at once. Tomas remained where he was for half a second too long, then said under his breath, "Just don't say you saw nothing if later you remember something." I frowned. What? But he had already stepped away after the others. My mother and I stood by the curb, watching them talk with the postal supervisor in low, tight gestures. Glenn pointed once toward the outer loop, not our court. Dana shook her head. The supervisor wrote something down. No one looked relaxed. My mother said, "Inside." Did you hear what he just said? Yes. She took my elbow, not hard. Inside. But Eli. I let her guide me toward the porch. The rain had deepened enough that it tapped on the hood of my sweatshirt. Behind us, one of the men, Glenn, I think laughed briefly at something, and the sound was so misplaced against everything else that I turned around again. At the far end of the cul-de-sac, under the street lamp, our mailbox door was hanging open. I had shut it myself. I knew I had. The little metal flap moved once in the wind. Click. My mother followed my gaze. Probably didn't catch, she said, but she said it too quickly. Across the street, Dana looked over and saw us both staring. She said something to Glenn I couldn't hear. He turned. Even from that distance, I could tell he understood exactly what we were looking at. Then he did something strange. He lifted one hand, palm down, making a small, firm motion toward us. Not a wave, not a greeting, a signal. Stay there. My mother's grip on my elbow tightened. And that was the choice, though it didn't look like one yet. Go inside, pull the curtains. Let the people in reflective vests, keep arranging their careful little version of events out in the rain. Or walk back down to the curb, open the mailbox one more time, and start asking questions in a tone that would make it impossible to be folded politely out of whatever was happening on our street. I wish I could tell you I chose the smarter option first. I didn't go inside. I told myself I just wanted to close the mailbox properly this time. That was the excuse that sounded reasonable enough to say out loud if my mother asked. In truth, it was the same old itch once something stopped making sense. I couldn't stop picking at it. I'm just going to fix the latch, I said, already stepping off the porch. Eli, my mother started, but she didn't follow me. The rain had settled into a steady whisper. Not heavy, but persistent enough that it soaked through cotton if you stood in it long enough. My shoes made a soft sticking sound on the wet pavement as I crossed the driveway again. At the far end of the cul-de-sac, Glenn and Dana were still talking to the postal supervisor. Tomas stood slightly apart, shoulders hunched, hands tucked under his arms for warmth. He looked over when he saw me walking back toward the curb. He shook his head once. A small movement, almost nothing. I kept going. The mailbox door hung open like it had before, tapping faintly in the breeze. When I reached it, I didn't touch it right away. I leaned down, closer than I needed to, and looked inside again. Still empty, but something about the inside looked wrong. Not dramatic, not like anything had been torn out or broken. Just the faintest smear along the inner lip of the metal, darker than the rest, like something had been dragged across it. Water had already blurred it, thinned it out, but it hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of that. I would have noticed. I pressed my thumb to it without thinking, then immediately regretted it. It felt slick. Rainwater, probably. Maybe dirt. I wiped my hand on my hoodie. Find something? Glenn's voice came from behind me. I turned. He and Dana had crossed the street without me noticing. The postal supervisor remained by her vehicle, talking into a radio. No, I said, just closing it. I pushed the door shut again. It clicked, firm. Dana stepped closer than necessary, her flashlight angled casually, but not actually illuminating anything useful. You said you checked this morning. Yeah, and it was empty then. No, it had mail. I took it inside. She nodded slowly. And you're certain nothing came later? My mom just showed you. That doesn't answer whether anything came later. It does if you assume we would have brought it inside. Glenn cut in, voice still calm but firmer. We're just trying to narrow down a timeline. What? I asked again. For when Marcus was last here, he said. Tomas approached then, slower, like he was deciding whether to join or keep pretending he wasn't involved. He stopped a few feet away. Maybe we should check the outer loop again, he said. Supervisor thinks he might have doubled back. Glenn didn't look at him. We'll get there. Dana's eyes flicked down to my hand. You okay? I followed her gaze. My thumb still had a faint grayish streak across it where I'd touched the inside of the mailbox. Yeah, I said, just rain. Looks like grease, Tomas murmured. It's not grease. Glenn stepped forward, too close now, and took my wrist before I could pull it away. Not aggressive exactly, but not something you do to a neighbor without asking either. Hold still, he said. I stiffened. I'm fine. He turned my hand slightly, examining the smear. His grip was steady, stronger than I expected. That wasn't there earlier, he said, almost to himself. You saw it earlier, I asked. A beat. Then he released me. We've been checking boxes. Dana said, it's probably nothing. Could be from the hinge. Then why are you all acting like this? I said. She met my eyes. For a second, something slipped, irritation, maybe, or calculation. Because a federal employee didn't finish his route, Eli. That tends to make people careful. Careful isn't the same as quiet. Glenn exhaled slowly. You don't know what you're talking about. Then tell me. Go inside, he said. The words landed flat and hard. Not a suggestion, not even disguised as one. Behind him, the postal supervisor raised her voice slightly, calling. We're going to expand the search perimeter. If he left the vehicle, I repeated. So now he left it. Dana turned sharply toward her. We don't know that yet. The supervisor held up a hand in apology, but she didn't take it back. Dispatch wants us to assume he might be on foot until we confirm otherwise. On foot where? I asked. There's nothing out there but more houses. Greenbelt, Tomas said quietly. I looked at him. What? He gestured past the row of houses at the far end of the court. There's a strip of woods, runs behind the outer loop, cuts down toward the drainage basin. I know where it is. I'd played there as a kid before the HOA started putting up signs about erosion and liability. It wasn't deep forest, more like a neglected stretch of trees and undergrowth, tangled and damp, with a shallow creek that swelled in winter. Why would he go in there? I asked. No one answered. A car door slammed near the supervisor's vehicle. The radio on her shoulder crackled with static, and a clipped voice I couldn't make out. My mother's voice carried from the porch. Eli, now. I turned. She stood under the overhang, arms crossed, cardigan pulled tight around herself. She wasn't shouting, but there was no softness left in it. I'm coming, I said to Glenn, quieter. This doesn't make sense. Then stop trying to make it, he replied. I walked back to the house, rain soaking into my sleeves. My mother stepped aside as I came up the porch, then shut the door behind me with more force than necessary. What are you doing? She asked, looking at a mailbox. You're arguing with them. I'm asking questions. Same thing to people like that. I wiped my hands on a paper towel from the kitchen. The overhead light buzzed faintly. The house smelled like leftover coffee and something faintly metallic from the rain blowing in earlier. They're hiding something, I said. My mother leaned against the counter, watching me. Or they're trying not to start rumors. About a missing mailman. We don't know he's missing. Mom, she pressed her lips together. Okay, fine. Something is off. That doesn't mean you go poking at it alone. I'm not alone. They're right there. They're not on your side. I didn't answer that. She sighed. What do you want to do? I didn't hesitate. Check the green belt. Her reaction was immediate. No, he might actually be out there. That's not your job. It's not theirs either. They've made it their job, she said. That's the difference. I grabbed my jacket from the chair by the door. If he's hurt, then trained people should find him. They're not looking yet. They're talking. Because that's how you start, she said, but there was doubt in it now. I pulled the jacket on, already moving back toward the door. I'm not going far, just the edge. If there's nothing, I come back. She stepped in front of me. Eli. For a second, I saw exactly what she was afraid of. Not just this, not just tonight, but the version of me that couldn't leave things alone, that walked toward problems because the alternative felt worse. The version that had ended up alone in an apartment, listening to every sound like it meant something. I'll keep my phone on, I said. You can call me every 2 minutes if you want. That's not funny. I'm not trying to be. She hesitated. Then, reluctantly, she moved aside. 10 minutes. 10. And you come back if you hear anything strange. That's the plan. I stepped out into the rain again. The watch group was still clustered near the entrance, but their attention had shifted fully to the supervisor and her radio. No one stopped me as I cut across the cul-de-sac and slipped between the houses at the far end, where a narrow path led toward the greenbelt. The air changed almost immediately. Less open, more damp. The smell of wet earth stronger, mixed with the sharp green scent of crushed leaves. The ground underfoot turned soft, uneven, littered with fallen branches and slick patches of mud that tried to pull at my shoes. Behind me, the street noise faded. Not completely, cars still passed somewhere beyond the trees, but it became distant, muffled. The kind of quiet that made small sounds feel louder than they were. I used my phone's flashlight, angling it down so I didn't blind myself on the mist. The path wasn't really a path anymore, just a suggestion of one. Flattened grass where kids had cut through once, now half reclaimed by weeds. It led toward the shallow dip where the creek ran. I told myself I was being stupid. If Marcus had come through here, someone would have seen him. If something had happened, there'd be signs, police tape, voices, flashlights moving through the trees. Instead, there was just me. And then, about 20 yards in, I saw something that didn't belong. A bundle of white fabric caught on a low branch. I moved closer. Not fabric, a mailbag. The kind the carriers use, canvas, reinforced, with the Blue Eagle logo printed on the side. It hung half off the branch, strap twisted, the bottom brushing the ground. Rain had darkened the fabric, but the logo was still visible. My chest tightened. "Hey," I called instinctively. "Hello," no answer. I stepped closer and reached out, then stopped myself again, the same way I had at the mailbox. Don't touch anything. But that wasn't how I worked. It never had been. I grabbed the strap and pulled the bag free. It was lighter than I expected, empty, or almost empty. There was one envelope stuck at the bottom, waterlogged and half torn, the address blurred beyond recognition. No phone, no scanner, no keys. I turned in a slow circle, sweeping the flashlight across the ground. That's when I saw the impressions. Not clear footprints. The soil was too soft, too churned. But something had disturbed it recently. A scuffed line, like something heavy had been dragged for a short distance, then lifted or dropped again. It led toward the creek. My pulse picked up. "Hello," I called again, louder this time. "Marcus," nothing. Just the sound of water moving slowly over rocks somewhere ahead and the steady tick of rain through the leaves. I followed the disturbed ground a few steps, then a few more. 10 minutes, I told myself. Just 10 minutes. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. My mother. I answered. "I'm fine. Where are you?" "Just inside the trees." "You said the edge." "I am at the edge." "Eli." "I found his bag," I said, silence on the line, then sharper. "What?" "It's empty, no equipment, just one envelope. Get out of there." "I'm not leaving him if he's..." "Get out of there and tell them." "I will," a sound cut through the line. Not from my phone, from ahead of me. A short, wet cough. I froze. "Eli," my mother said. I didn't answer. The sound came again. Closer this time. Low human. I moved forward, slow, careful, every step deliberate. The beam of my flashlight caught something pale between the trees, a shape on the ground. I took another step, and then my phone died. Not a warning, not a flicker, just gone, the light with it. The darkness closed in fast, thick, and immediate, swallowing the space between the trees. For a second, I couldn't see anything at all. Behind me, back toward the street, voices rose suddenly. Shouting, running. too far away. Ahead of me, something shifted. Another wet, choking sound. I stood there, blind in the dark, with nothing but that sound to orient me. And I had to decide, walk deeper toward it without light, or turn back and risk losing whatever was still alive out there before anyone else got to it. I stood there in the dark, phone dead in my hand, trying to convince myself I hadn't just imagined the sound. Then it came again. A wet, dragging inhale, followed by a cough that didn't clear anything. Not imagined. "Hey," I said too loud. My voice snapped through the trees and came back at me thin and wrong. I'm here. Don't move." Stupid thing to say. Whoever it was clearly wasn't moving much. I took one step forward and immediately slid. The ground near the creek dipped sharply, a shallow bowl of mud and leaf rot that I hadn't seen when I still had light. My shoe skidded sideways, and I went down on one knee, my hand catching myself in something cold and slick. Water seeped through the fabric almost instantly. I sucked in a breath, forced myself to stay still for a second, orienting. Street behind me, slight uphill, creek ahead, downhill, maybe 10-15 feet. The sound was coming from the right, not straight ahead, closer to the line of alder trees that followed the water. I shifted my weight carefully and stood, slower this time. My right knee throbbed where it had hit the ground. Nothing broken, just the sharp complaint of impact. "Marcus," I tried again. A pause. And faintly, "Help." It wasn't loud. It wasn't clear. But it was a word. Adrenaline cut through the hesitation. I moved toward it, hands out in front of me like that would help in the dark. My eyes started to adjust. Not fully. There was no moon, and the tree cover swallowed what little ambient light came from the street. But shapes began to separate from each other. Darker trunks against slightly less dark space. The dull glimmer of water where the creek ran. I took another step and felt something under my shoe that wasn't mud. A hard edge. Plastic. I crouched, patting around until my fingers closed on it. A handheld scanner. USPS issue. The kind carriers used to track packages. I'd seen Marcus use it 100 times from the porch. Scan, beep, move on. I pressed the power button. Nothing. Dead, like my phone. "Okay," I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. "Okay." The coughing came again. Closer now. Definitely to my right. I moved that way, slower, testing each step. Branches brushed my sleeves. Something snagged briefly at my ankle and snapped free. And then I saw him. Not clearly. Just a shape at first, slumped against the base of a tree, one leg stretched out awkwardly, the other bent under him. "Marcus," I said. He made a sound that might have been a yes. I closed the last few feet and dropped to crouch beside him. Up close, details came into focus piece by piece. The reflective strip on his jacket, the dark, wet patch across the front of it, his face pale in the dim light, eyes half open but unfocused. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice steady. "I'm Eli. I live up there." I jerked my head vaguely toward the street he couldn't see. "I'm going to get you out of here, okay?" He tried to nod. It turned into another cough. "Where are you hurt?" He lifted one hand weakly and pressed it against his side. I followed the motion. The dark patch on his jacket wasn't just rain. "Okay," I said again, quieter. "Okay, training." I had none, not real training. Just half-remembered first aid from a community college class, and things you pick up from watching too many videos at 3 a.m. Stop the bleeding. Call for help. Don't move them unless you have to. I looked down at my useless phone. "Damn it," I whispered. "Bag," Marcus rasped. "I found it," I said. "It's back there." He shook his head slightly. No other. What other bag? His hand fell away from his side, landing in the mud. He didn't pick it up again. Marcus, I said, sharper now. Stay with me. What other bag? He swallowed. Key's locker. A crack sounded behind me. I spun, heart slamming into my ribs. Branches shifted. Something moved in the darkness between the trees. For one frozen second, it felt like something bigger was out there, watching, waiting. Then a shape pushed through the brush and a voice said, Eli, Tomas. I exhaled hard. Jesus. Stepped into what little light there was, his beanie gone, hair plastered to his forehead. He held his phone out in front of him like a talisman, but its screen was black. Your phone dead too? He asked. Yeah, mine just, he snapped his fingers. Gone, battery was at 40. We both looked at each other, then back at Marcus. Tomas crouched beside me, eyes scanning quickly. He's bleeding, I noticed. We need to get him out. I know, help me roll him slightly. Wait, Tomas said. Don't move him too much. I'm trying to see where it's coming from. Okay. Together, carefully, we shifted Marcus just enough to get a better look. He gasped, a thin sound that cut through me more than the coughing had. The tear in his jacket lined up with something sharper than a simple fall. Not a clean cut, but not random either. Tomas sucked in a breath. That's not from branches. No, I said. We eased him back. Marcus, Tomas said, voice low. Who did this? Marcus's eyes moved between us, trying to focus. They said, he coughed again, harder. Stay, quiet, fix it. Who said? I asked. But his head lolled slightly, and whatever he'd been about to say slipped away. Tomas swore softly in check. Okay, I said. We don't have time for this. We carry him. And take him where? Tomas asked. Back through here in the dark. You saw the ground. We don't have a choice. There's a service path, Tomas said. Runs parallel to the creek. Comes out behind the outer loop. Flatter. How far? Maybe 50 meters. Then uphill to the houses. I pictured it. The green belt was a narrow strip, maybe 100 meters wide at most. The service path was used by the HOA occasionally for drainage checks. Gravel, if I remembered right. Fine, I said. You take his shoulders, I'll take his legs. We moved into position. On 3, Tomas said. 1, 2, we lifted. Marcus groaned, a deep, involuntary sound that vibrated through his whole body. His weight sagged unevenly between us. Not heavy in the abstract, but dead weight always felt heavier than it should. We took 2 steps, 3. My foot slid again, worse this time. I caught myself, but the jolt sent a shock up through my arms. Marcus cried out, then coughed again, harder, like the movement had shifted something inside him. Stop, Tomas said. Stop. We lowered him carefully back to the ground. This isn't working, Tomas said, breathing faster now. We'll hurt him more. So what, we leave him here? No, but we need something. He looked around, frustrated. A board, something to drag him on. In the middle of this, I gestured around us. There's nothing. Another sound came from the direction of the street. Voices, more than before, louder, closer. They're coming, I said. Tomas shook his head immediately. No, what do you mean no? They shouldn't see this like this. Why not? I demanded. He grabbed my arm, fingers digging in. Because if they are involved in what? I snapped. He didn't answer. Instead, he leaned closer, lowering his voice even further. I heard Glenn earlier, before you came. He said something about cleaning it up before it gets complicated. The words settled in my stomach like a weight. You're sure? I asked. Tomas nodded once. Then we definitely don't leave him, I said. The voices were clearer now. Dana's voice among them, Glenn's, and at least one other I didn't recognize. Eli, my mother called faintly from the direction of the houses. "Here," I shouted back before I could stop myself. Tomas closed his eyes briefly. "Now they know exactly where we are." "Good," I said. "We need help." "Do we?" he said. Before I could answer, light burst through the trees. Not from a phone, stronger, flashlights. Multiple beams cutting through the darkness, bouncing off wet leaves, turning everything sharp and disorienting. "Over here," Dana's voice. The light hit us full on. For a second, I was blinded again. Then shapes resolved. Glenn in front, flashlight steady. Dana just behind him. 2 other men from the watch I'd seen around but didn't know by name. And the postal supervisor, pushing through the brush with surprising determination. They took in the scene in one long, silent second. Marcus on the ground. Me and Tomas crouched beside him, the empty bag lying a few feet away. The disturbed earth. Glenn's jaw tightened. "Well," he said finally, "that answers that." "Help us move him," I said. The supervisor stepped forward immediately, kneeling beside Marcus. "Sir, can you hear me?" Marcus made a faint sound. She turned to Glenn. "We need EMS now." "They're on their way," Glenn said. "Then help us stabilize him." Glenn didn't move. Dana did. She crouched on Marcus's other side, her movements efficient, practiced. "We shouldn't have moved him," she said, not looking at me. "We didn't have a choice," I said. "There's always a choice," she replied. Tomas made a small, disbelieving sound. The supervisor looked up sharply. "What happened here?" Silence. Then Glenn said, "Looks like he slipped on the bank, took a bad fall." I stared at him. "That's not." Tomas's hand closed around my wrist hard. I looked at him. He shook his head once, barely perceptible. Dana said, "The ground's unstable after the rain. It happens." "Does it?" the supervisor asked. "Enough," Glenn said. The air shifted. Subtle. But there, like a line had been drawn. Marcus stirred more than before. His eyes opened a little wider. He looked at Glenn, and something like recognition passed between them. Not relief, something else. His hand lifted weakly, fingers trembling, pointing not at me, not at Tomas. At Glenn. Then his arm dropped. The supervisor saw it. I saw it. Tomas saw it. Glenn stepped forward, blocking the angle, his body suddenly between Marcus and the rest of us. "We need to clear space," he said. "Give the professionals room to work." But there were no professionals here yet, just us. And him. I felt something settle into place then. Not clarity, not understanding, just a shift. Whatever had happened here, it wasn't going to be handled cleanly. Not anymore. The sirens started in the distance. Closer this time. Too close to turn this into something quiet and contained. Glenn heard them too. His expression changed. For the first time, he looked uncertain. He looked at Dana. She looked back. Then he made a decision. "Move him," he said. The supervisor snapped. "Absolutely not. We can't leave him exposed like this," Glenn said, already reaching down. "We'll take him up to the path." "That's not protocol. Neither is letting him bleed out in the mud." He grabbed Marcus under the shoulders before anyone could stop him. Tomas swore. I moved automatically to help, because not helping felt worse. Dana hesitated, then joined in. The supervisor tried to intervene, but Glenn brushed past her. "Up," he said. Now we lifted Marcus again. This time there was no hesitation, no careful testing of the ground, just movement, fast, rougher than before. Up the slight incline toward where Tomas said the service path ran. Marcus cried out once, then went quiet. We reached the path, a strip of wet gravel cutting through the trees. For a moment, it felt like we'd done something right. Then headlights flared through the trees from the outer loop. too close, too fast. A vehicle wasn't slowing down as it approached the access point to the path. It was accelerating, and we were right in its line. The headlights hit us so hard through the trees that everything else disappeared. White glare, wet leaves flashing silver, Marcus's limp weight sagging between us, gravel under my shoes. "Move," the postal supervisor shouted. The vehicle came through the access gap, off the outer loop too fast for the path, engine whining high, tires spitting water and stones. It was one of the HOA maintenance mules, a squat green utility cart with a plastic windshield and a flat cargo bed and back. Not big enough to plow straight through a crowd without slowing, big enough to break bones if it didn't. We dropped Marcus. Not all the way, more like failed to keep holding him. Dana jumped back first. Tomas yanked me by the shoulder, and we stumbled sideways off the gravel into the brush. Glenn didn't move until the last possible second. He twisted, dragging Marcus's upper body with him like cargo, and the cart missed them by maybe 2 feet. One tire clipping Marcus's boot hard enough to spin him half around on the path. He screamed once. Then the cart skidded broadside and slammed into the ditch bank with a hollow metallic crash. The cargo bed rattled. A shovel and 2 orange cones flew out and clattered across the gravel. For a second, nobody moved. The engine coughed and kept running. The driver's door didn't exist on those carts, just an opening, and the person behind the wheel shoved out awkwardly, caught a boot on the frame, nearly went down, then recovered. Russell Dean, 50-ish, balding, heavy in the middle. Head of HOA maintenance, unofficial locksmith, official nuisance. He lived near the clubhouse and wore the same stained Carhartt jacket year-round. I'd seen him pressure washing sidewalks in January, leaf blowing in August, always looking annoyed that nature kept happening. His face in the headlights looked pinched and gray. "What the hell?" the supervisor snapped. Russell put both hands up. "I didn't see you." "That was a closed access point," Dana shouted. "There's no gate," Russell shot back, voice thin with panic. Glenn called, said, "Bring the cart." That landed like a dropped plate. Nobody spoke. Rain hissed in the leaves. The engine idled rough. I was the first one to look at Glenn. He was crouched beside Marcus now, one hand braced on the gravel, chest heaving. Water streamed off his hairline. For the first time since I'd met him, he looked less like a man in charge than a man caught mid-adjustment, recalculating too slowly. "I told him to bring equipment," Glenn said, "not come in blind." "You said it was urgent," Russell replied. "You said nobody else needed to know yet." The postal supervisor turned sharply. "Needed to know what?" Marcus made a wet sound in his throat. Not a word, just distress. That broke the pause. I shoved past Tomas and dropped next to Marcus again. His face had gone slick and shiny under the rain, lips pale, breath shallow and fast. The tire had scraped up his shin through the uniform pants. Blood and rain ran together down into his sock. The worse injury was still his side. Could smell it now beneath the wet earth and leaves, that hot copper smell. "We need pressure here," I said, grabbing at my jacket zipper. "Something clean. Nothing here is clean," Dana said automatically. "Then give me your scarf or shut up." She stared at me, maybe shocked I'd said it that way, then tore the fleece neck gaiter from under her jacket and handed it over. I folded it and pressed it against the torn area in Marcus's side. He jerked and hissed air through his teeth. "I know," I said. "I know." "Sorry," Tomas crouched across from me. "We should load him in the cart." The supervisor snapped, not without stabilizing him. And with what? Tomas fired back. We have no gurney, no light, no radio connection out here that works worth anything. Mine works, Glenn said. That was small, but it cut through everything. I looked up. Your phone works. He didn't answer right away, which was answer enough. The supervisor saw it too. You've had communication this whole time. I've had intermittent signal. You said the area was dead. I said devices were failing. Jesus Christ, she muttered. Behind us, sirens swelled closer, then slowed abruptly out on the outer loop. Red and blue light began pulsing through the tree trunks, stuttering over the wet brush. They'd found the neighborhood, not the path. Good, I thought at first. Then I remembered the geography. The outer loop ran above us. The green belt and service path cut behind the houses in a shallow trough. Unless someone led responders down the correct access point, they'd lose minutes, maybe more. Marcus's fingers twitched against the gravel. He grabbed weakly at my sleeve. Keys, he whispered. I leaned down. What keys? He swallowed hard. Arrow key. I looked at Tomas. He frowned. Postal master key. Marcus barely moved his chin. Yes, the arrow key. Even I knew what that meant. The universal postal key that opened group mailboxes, parcel lockers, collection boxes. Sensitive enough that news stories happened when one went missing. Who has it? I asked. His eyes moved, unfocused, then found Glenn. Not dramatic, not accusatory even, just landed there and stayed. The supervisor saw it this time with no body in the way. So did Dana. So did Russell, whose expression changed from panic to something smaller and meaner, self-protection. Marcus, the supervisor said, getting close. Did someone take your key? His mouth worked. No sound came. Glenn stood. This is pointless. I got to my feet too. No, what's pointless is you still pretending this was a fall. He took one step toward me. Watch yourself. No, you watch me. My voice came out louder than I meant it to, sharp enough to bounce off the trees. You asked everyone if they'd seen him. You checked mailboxes. You told your maintenance guy to come in here without telling responders. Your phone conveniently works when ours don't. And he keeps looking at you. Russell said too quickly, I didn't take anything. No one had said he did. Dana turned on him first. Russell, what? He looked from face to face, already sweating despite the cold rain. You all want to pin this on me because I showed up, the supervisor straightened. Take a breath and start at the beginning. Don't answer that, Glenn said. It was reflex, immediate, command voice. The supervisor's head snapped around. Excuse me, Dana spoke before he could. Glenn. Warning, quiet but real. He ignored her. We need to move him now. After he talks, I said. Marcus made another awful choking cough and spat dark blood into the rain. That ended the argument. Even Glenn looked shaken by it. Tomas ripped off his own jacket and rolled it under Marcus's shoulders to keep him angled slightly. The supervisor keyed her radio again, louder now, giving coordinates, cursing when static cut her off. Somewhere upslope a car door slammed. Men were shouting to each other, muffled by trees. We're running out of time, Dana said. She wasn't wrong. The lull cracked. Everybody knew it. Tomas looked at the cart, then the path, then the embankment leading up to the outer loop. There's another access point farther north, near the drainage gate. If EMS can't find this opening, we lose more minutes. I can go, I said. No, my mother's voice said from the dark behind me. I turned so hard my knee nearly buckled. She had come down the path from the cul-de-sac side with one of the paramedics' hand lamps. though I hadn't seen the paramedics themselves yet. Laura stood in the rain in soaked scrubs and sneakers, hair plastered against her cheeks, breathing hard like she'd half run through mud to get here. The lamp in her left hand threw a clean white beam across us all. I had never been happier and more frightened to see her. "What are you doing here?" I said. "Your phone died." She looked at Marcus once, took in the blood, and whatever else she wanted to say disappeared. She handed the lamp to Tomas and knelt beside me. "Keep pressure there." I know." Her hands were steadier than mine. Hospital billing wasn't bedside care, but she'd spent 30 years around enough medical crises to understand triage better than the rest of us combined. She pressed around the wound without lifting the improvised dressing completely. Marcus arched and groaned. "Penetrating injury," she said to the supervisor. "Could be rib, could be something else. He needs a trauma bay, not this." The supervisor nodded once. "EMS is close." My mother looked at Glenn. "What happened?" He didn't answer. She didn't repeat herself. She just held his gaze long enough that he looked away first. Then the misdirection came, stupid and terrifying, and almost enough to break everyone for a second. A shape burst from the brush to our left with a high, raw screech. Dana shouted. Russell stumbled backward into the cart. I flinched so hard my hand slipped off Marcus's side. Tomas swung the lamp instinctively, catching a mass of wet black movement bounding across the path. For one jagged second, it looked like something feral and wrong, too fast and low to the ground. Then it skidded in the gravel, yelped, and I saw what it really was. A large German shepherd in a soaked reflective harness, trailing a snapped flex lead. One of the patrol dogs from the neighborhood, probably gotten loose in the confusion. Its nails scrabbled on the stones. It lunged toward the smell of blood, panicked more than aggressive. "Baxter," Dana yelled. The dog jerked its head at her voice, recognized it, and stopped barking. Dana grabbed the dangling lead with both hands, cursing under her breath as the dog fought her for a second, and then settled into frantic panting. My whole body shook with the come down from it. Marcus wheezed. My mother put my hand back where it needed to be and said, "Stay here." Then we heard real footsteps. Heavy, fast, multiple. 2 paramedics and a police officer came down from the north access point Tomas had mentioned, guided by another officer behind them. Their lights washed the path in hard white beams. Questions started at once. Who's in charge? What happened? How long ago? And for a brief minute, the scene became what it should have been from the start. Clipped voices, equipment bags unzipped, gloves snapping on, people told to move back. In proper light, everything looked worse. Marcus's skin had a gray cast. The wound in his side was small at the surface and ugly around it, as though whatever caused it had entered at an angle. The scrape along his shin was nothing by comparison. One paramedic palpated his abdomen and grimaced. The other cut the uniform shirt away with trauma shears. My mother backed off beside me, hands bloody to the knuckles from pressure. She wiped them on the rain-wet grass without seeming to notice. The police officer, a Tacoma patrolman with rain on his badge and mud to his calves, looked at the scattered mailbag, the dead scanner, the cart skewed in the ditch, and the cluster of us. "Which one of you found him?" he asked. "I did," I said. "Did not find," Glenn said at the same time. "He wandered in here." The officer's eyes moved from him to me. He'd heard that collision in stories before. One at a time. "I found the bag first," I said. "Then him. He was conscious. He said there was another bag and an arrow key missing. Glenn said he was delirious. The supervisor said he identified a key officer. Dana inhaled slowly. Tomas looked at the ground. The officer took that in. "Sir," he said to Glenn, "step over there." Glenn didn't move. Not at first. It was the smallest possible act of refusal. And because it was small, it told me more than if he'd shouted. The second officer, coming down behind the medics, saw it too and closed the distance. "Now," he said. Glenn stepped aside. The first officer asked me to repeat what Marcus said. I did. He asked the supervisor about route inventory. She confirmed Marcus would have had a master key secured to his person and a satchel earlier in the day. He asked who'd been on scene before responders arrived. All of us in fragments, in interruptions. Russell kept trying to speak and stopping himself. Dana answered only what was asked. Tomas, once started, said more than I expected, including the part about hearing Glenn say, "cleaning it up." Glenn called him a liar. Tomas called him a bully. The officer told them both to shut up. Then one of the paramedics said, "We need to move," and all the talking thinned. They got Marcus onto a stretcher with the careful speed of people who do not have enough time. He cried out only once. His eyes opened as they lifted him. For half a second, they met mine. I don't know what I expected to see there. Gratitude, maybe, pleading, some clear confirmation that would make the rest of it easy. What I saw was fear, not of dying, though that was there too. Fear that whatever came after this would not be clean. They carried him upslope toward the ambulance. The supervisor went with them. So did one of the officers. That should have felt like the end of the danger. Instead, the remaining officer found the second bag. Not because anyone confessed. Because Baxter, now leashed and shivering, kept pulling Dana toward the ditch beyond the crashed cart, nose low, whining. One of the cones had landed partly in the brush there. When the officer shoved it aside with his boot, the earth gave way a little and exposed canvas underneath. A second mail satchel, buried hastily under wet leaves and a torn black trash bag. No one said anything for a full 2 seconds. Then Russell made a broken, involuntary sound. The officer looked at him. "You want to tell me why that's there?" Russell's eyes cut to Glenn. Glenn didn't look back. That was his answer too. The officer drew a breath, long and controlled. "All right, nobody leaves." Russell bolted anyway. Not far. Maybe 6 strides down the service path before his foot hit loose gravel, and he pitched sideways into the ditch with a scream. His ankle folded under him badly enough that even from where I stood I heard the wet pop. He rolled once, clutching at his leg, gasping curses. The officer was on him in seconds. Glenn didn't run. Dana didn't either. They just stood there in the rain, with the exposed satchel between them and the police lights pulsing red-blue through the trees. Tomas moved closer to me without seeming to mean to. My mother touched the back of my arm and left her hand there, maybe to steady me, maybe herself. I looked at Glenn. He looked tired now, older. Water dripped from his chin. The authority had leaked out of him with the rain. "Was it worth it?" I asked. He gave me a flat, unreadable look. "You don't know what this is?" "No," I said. "I know exactly what it looks like." He almost smiled at that, but not in amusement, more like resignation. That's the problem. The officer came back from Russell and told Glenn and Dana to put their hands where he could see them. Dana complied immediately. Glenn took a second too long again, then did it. And that was the resolution, if you want the practical version. Sirens, handcuffs, evidence bags, statements taken under portable lights while rain found the back of your neck. Not neat, not satisfying. Nobody suddenly confessed everything in a speech. Nobody got what they deserved on schedule. Marcus left alive, but barely. Russell left on a stretcher too, ankle splinted, face white with pain and something uglier. Glenn and Dana left in the backs of separate patrol cars. Tomas sat on the rear step of the ambulance afterward and shook so hard he couldn't get his wet jacket back on. My mother and I stood under an umbrella an officer handed us, though only she used it properly. I had blood drying on my hands in half moons around the nails. My right knee had stiffened until bending it hurt. Somewhere in the churn of all those feet and tires, my phone was gone. When it was finally quiet enough to hear the creak again, I realized I was still listening for that mailbox door. The little tap of metal in the wind. Click. Only now it was replaced by a different sound I knew I'd keep hearing after the street dried and the trucks were gone. Marcus coughing in the dark, and the instant before the headlights hit, when every person around me chose what kind of neighbor they were going to be. By the time the last set of lights pulled away, the rain had stopped. Not all at once. It thinned first, then turned into a drifting mist that hung in the branches and made everything smell like wet bark and something metallic that never quite left the back of my throat. The greenbelt looked smaller in daylight, I remember thinking later. That night, it felt like it stretched farther than it should have, like it had more room to hide things. I didn't sleep. My mother didn't either. We sat at the kitchen table with the overhead light on too bright, a pot of coffee going cold between us. She kept folding and unfolding the same dish towel she'd brought outside earlier. I kept looking at my hands even after I'd washed them twice, the crescent shapes under my nails still faintly darker than the skin around them. Around 10, a patrol car came back. Not sirens, just the quiet roll of tires on wet pavement and the low thump of doors. A knock at the front door that was firm, but not aggressive, the kind that assumed you'd open it. My mother went first. The officer from the path stood there again, jacket beaded with water, notebook in hand. He had that careful, neutral expression people wear when they're about to ask for your version of something they already suspect is complicated. "Mrs. Mercer," he said. "Eli, mind if we come in?" We let him. He took the chair opposite us at the table and opened the notebook, asked us to walk him through everything again, from the mailbox, from the moment I stepped off the porch. No interruptions this time, no overlapping voices, just a steady, linear retelling. When I got to the part about the smear inside the mailbox, he paused. "You touched it?" "Yeah, barehanded." "Yeah." He nodded, wrote something down, didn't scold me. That was worse, in a way. My mother spoke when I faltered, filled in details I hadn't noticed. The way Dana kept looking at me instead of her. The exact words Glenn used. The hand signal, palm down, stay there. The officer circled that part twice. "Anybody else use that mailbox during the day?" he asked. "No," my mother said, "just Eli this morning. He asked about the phones going dead. I told him how mine just stopped. No warning. Same with Tomas's. The scanner too. Signal dead zones happen," he said, not dismissive, but not convinced either. Battery issues. Water ingress. "Not all at once," I said. He didn't answer that, just wrote more. When we finished, he closed the notebook and sat with it in both hands for a moment. "The maintenance guy, Russell, he's in surgery," he said. "Ankle's bad. Might be more than that. He's talking some. Not everything. And Glenn, I asked. Detained. Same with Miss Kessler. Arrested. Not yet. That word sat there between us. Not yet. And Marcus, my mother asked quietly. The officer's expression shifted just enough to answer before he spoke. Made it to St. Joseph's. They've got him in surgery too. Internal bleeding. They're working on it. Is he going to live? I asked. I don't know, he said. He stood then, thanked us for our time in a way that sounded practiced, and left. After he went, the house felt too still. My mother turned off the overhead light and left the small one above the sink on. It cast everything in a softer yellow, like we were trying to pretend it was a different night. Go lie down, she said. I'm not going to sleep. You don't have to sleep, just lie down. I went to my room anyway, closed the door, sat on the edge of the bed without taking off my clothes. The damp in my hoodie had turned cold, seeping into my shoulders. My knee throbbed every time I shifted it. I lay back eventually, stared at the ceiling, listened. No sirens now, no voices, just the house settling in small, familiar ways. And under it, in my head, that soft metal click. The mailbox. Morning didn't make anything better. It just made it visible. The cul-de-sac looked normal at first glance. Wet pavement drying in uneven patches. Recycling bins out. Someone's sprinkler system clicking on out of habit, spraying water onto already saturated grass. Then you noticed the details. The faint tracks in the grass near the houses where people had cut through toward the green belt. The scuffed patch at the curb where the cart had come in too fast. The orange cone left lying on its side near the entrance like a dropped marker no one had picked up. 2 police vehicles were still parked near the mouth of the court. An unmarked sedan I didn't recognize sat farther down, engine off, someone inside watching. Across the street, our mailbox was closed, properly closed. I stood on the driveway with a mug of coffee I wasn't drinking and looked at it for a long time. My mother came out beside me. You going to work today? I called in. Good. Stood there without talking until a figure approached from down the sidewalk. Tomas. He looked worse in daylight, pale, unshaven, the kind of tired that settles behind your eyes and stays there. He had a small bandage on his knuckles and mud still dried along the seam of his jeans. Hey, he said. Hey. He stopped at the edge of our driveway like he wasn't sure he should step any closer. You okay? Yeah, I said automatically, then corrected it. No, you. He gave a small, humorless shrug. Same. My mother nodded at him. You should come in, get something warm. Thank you, Mrs. Mercer, he said. Maybe later. He looked at me instead. They talked to you last night. They came by mine this morning, asked about Glenn, about what I heard. What did you tell them? The truth, he said, or what I think is the truth. That's all any of us have. He nodded, then glanced toward the greenbelt. They found more things. What things? Another bag, you saw that. But also, he hesitated. There's a locked cluster box on the outer loop, the kind with the parcel lockers. Someone had tried to open it without the proper key, scratched around the lock, like they were testing it. The arrow key, I said. Yes, and one of the residents reported someone knocking late afternoon, said it was the mailman, but something felt off. They didn't open. That's vague. It's all vague, he said, but put together, he didn't finish it. He didn't have to. They were trying to use the key, I said. Access lockers, packages. Or more than packages, Tomas said quietly. I thought about that. About the way Dana had focused on timing. About Glenn asking what we were expecting in the mail. About Russell saying, I didn't take anything before anyone accused him. It went wrong, I said. Yes, How? Tomas looked at me, then away. Marcus showed up. That felt right, too right. He interrupts them, I said slowly. Sees something. Or they think he saw something. And then, Tomas asked. I pictured the path. The slope down toward the creek. The angle of Marcus's injury. Not a clean fall. They move him, I said. Or he tries to get away. Something sharp. Not a knife, maybe. Could be something from the cart. Tool. Something like that. Tomas rubbed his face with both hands. This is all guesses. Yeah, but Glenn wanted to make it a fall. Because that's easier, I said. Because that keeps it small. We stood there, the morning light making everything too clear. What about the phones? I asked. He frowned. What about them? They all died. Maybe water, maybe coincidence. Yours was at 40%. So was yours. We looked at each other. Neither of us had a better explanation. Maybe we just don't understand the reason, Tomas said finally. Doesn't mean there isn't one. Or we don't understand it yet. That hung there. My mother touched my arm. Enough. She wasn't angry. Just firm grounding. Go inside, she said. Both of you. Eat something. We did. By afternoon, the story had spread. Not officially. Not in any statement that matched what we'd seen. Just fragments moving through text threads and porch conversations. Mail carrier injured in wooded area. Possible fall. Investigation ongoing. Neighborhood watch assisting authorities. Assisting. I read that word on a local Facebook group and felt something twist in my chest that didn't go away. Dana's name didn't come up in the posts. Neither did Glenn S. Russell's did, but only as maintenance worker injured during response. The truth was there, but it was broken into pieces small enough that no one had to hold the whole thing at once. That evening, a different postal carrier came. A woman I didn't recognize. Efficient, head down. She moved from box to box with a pace that didn't invite conversation. When she reached ours, she opened it, placed a small stack inside, and closed it firmly. I watched from the window. She checked the latch twice before moving on. After she left, I went out. The air was cooler, the sky clearing in streaks. The ground still held the day's damp, but it wasn't raining anymore. The cul-de-sac had returned to its usual rhythm. A kid on a bike cutting slow circles. Someone grilling 2 houses down, the smell of smoke and meat drifting over. Normal. I opened the mailbox. Inside, a thin envelope from the power company, a grocery flyer, and something else. A small, plain white envelope with no return address. My name printed on the front. Not typed, not a label, printed, careful block letters. I stood there with it in my hand for a long moment. It was probably nothing, junk. A neighbor's misdelivered note. Someone messing around. I opened it anyway. Inside was a single folded sheet of paper. No greeting, no signature, just a sentence. You didn't see everything. I read it twice. 3 times. The paper smelled faintly of damp, like it had been somewhere wet before it got here. I looked up and down the street. Nothing out of place. No one watching in any obvious way. Just the same houses, the same porches, the same quiet. Behind me, the front door opened. Eli, my mother called. Yeah, I said, folding the paper once and slipping it into my pocket. Just checking the mail. I closed the mailbox. This time, I made sure it latched. It did. I stood there a second longer anyway, waiting. No click. Not now. But later, lying in bed again with the house settling and the night pressing in close around the windows, I heard it. Not from outside, from memory. That small, precise sound of something that should have stayed shut being opened just enough. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is We Hired a Clown for My Brother's Party, but no one remembers calling him. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The clown was already inside the backyard when I noticed nobody had opened the gate. That was the first wrong thing. Not dramatic, not a scream, not a crash, not a child crying. Just a man in grease paint standing near the folding gift table with one gloved hand resting on a stack of paper plates, as if he'd been there long enough to get comfortable. The side gate was still latched. I know because I'd latched it myself after hauling in 3 bags of ice from the garage freezer, and because my mother had already yelled twice that she didn't want neighborhood kids wandering in before the cake. The clown was tall, taller than I expected clowns to be in real life. His costume wasn't the bright toy store kind either. It was cream-colored with faded red pom-poms and a ruffled collar that had gone limp in the humidity. Not dirty, exactly, just old-looking, like something rented from a shop that kept costumes in garment bags with other people's perfume and cigarette smoke trapped in the seams. He was holding 3 twisted balloon dogs in one hand, and nobody, for a few strange seconds, seemed to know he was there except me. I was halfway across the patio with a plastic tub of Capri Suns against my hip, watching my little brother's friends chase each other through the grass under the cheap dinosaur banner we'd zip-tied between 2 poles. When I stopped so abruptly, one of the silver drink pouches slipped out and burst at my feet. Fruit punch spread over the concrete in a red sheet. My mother glanced over from the grill and snapped, "Nora, keep moving, honey, please," without even following my line of sight. So I kept moving. That's the part I think about now, more than I should. The stupid normal part. The way your body will obey the script of a regular family afternoon, even while your mind is tugging at the edge of something it can't place yet. My name is Nora Bell. I was 26 that summer, and I was home in Naperville, Illinois, because my younger brother Owen had turned 8, and my mother insisted birthdays still mattered, even if everybody works too much now. I lived in Chicago, in a 1-bedroom above a dentist's office in Ravenswood, and drove out to the western suburbs more often than I wanted to admit, because saying no to my family always seemed to generate 3 times the effort of just showing up. I'm the oldest, which in our house mostly meant I got handed things. Tape this, carry that, watch Owen for a second, run inside and get the lighter, find out why the Bluetooth speaker isn't connecting. I was good at being useful because it let me avoid being looked at too closely. People mistake that for competence sometimes. Really, it was just a habit I'd built young. My private flaw, if I'm being honest, was that I hated scenes. I hated being the person who made everyone stop and turn. I would rather carry an impossible amount quietly than say, "This feels wrong." That mattered more than it should have. "Who hired him?" I asked as I set the Capri Suns into a metal tub and shoved fresh ice around them with both hands. My cousin Lee looked up from tying pink ribbons around party favor bags. "Hired who?" I nodded toward the yard. She squinted. "Oh, the clown." The way she said it unsettled me more than if she'd sounded surprised. Casual, as if this answered itself. Lee was 19, home from her first year at Indiana University, and treating the whole party like field research on suburban family decay. She was all long limbs and quick sarcasm, wearing an oversized White Sox t-shirt she'd cut at the collar and sunglasses, even though the sun had drifted behind a gray bank of afternoon cloud. She looked where I was looking, then shrugged and went back to the ribbons. "Mom, I guess. We didn't talk about a clown." "You think Aunt Dana tells us every thought she's ever had," Lee said. "Fair." Still, I turned and stared toward the grill. My mother, Dana Bell, was 49, pretty in the determined way some women become after years of managing too many things at once. She kept her brown hair highlighted 2 shades lighter than natural and wore nice earrings, even to backyard parties. She was in denim shorts and a sleeveless navy blouse, turning hot dogs with the brisk concentration of a person conducting an operation. Smoke from the propane grill blew sideways and wrapped around her. She looked warm, irritated, busy. Normal. Next to her was my stepfather, Rick Bell, 52, broad-shouldered and pinking in the heat, fishing through a cooler for beer. Rick was not an elegant man, but he was steady, sold industrial valves, and talked like every sentence needed to arrive with a conclusion. He adored Owen in a practical, slightly baffled way, and had spent all morning mowing the yard in stripes, as if children would appreciate that sort of thing. "Mom," I called, "did you hire a clown?" She looked up, blinking. "What, the clown?" She stared at me a second, then over my shoulder, and I saw the shift in her face. Not fear, more like annoyance at a change in plans she hadn't approved. "No," she said. "And maybe," Rick glanced into the yard. Jesus, where'd he come from? There was enough edge in that to make me turn back fast. The clown had moved closer to the kids. He wasn't doing anything alarming. That's important. He was kneeling in the grass, twisting balloons with those dry squeaking sounds latex makes when it rubs against itself. One of Owen's classmates, a blonde kid named Mason, was standing there waiting while the clown worked with surprising speed. Another little girl had drifted near. Owen himself was at the far end of the yard with a foam bat, still playing some invented game with 2 boys from school, unaware. I remember the sounds. The speaker on the patio was playing old pop songs too softly because my mother thought anything louder was tacky. Kids were yelling in overlapping bursts. A dog barked 2 yards over. Somebody's juice box straw scraped against foil. All of it ordinary enough to make the new thing look stitched into place. Aunt Kelly came through the sliding door carrying a tray of cut watermelon, and the cold air from the kitchen briefly washed over us, smelling like whipped frosting and refrigeration. "What are we all staring at?" "The clown," Rick said. She followed his gaze and frowned. "I didn't hire a clown." Aunt Kelly was my mother's younger sister, 45, divorced, sunburn-prone, and forever 10 minutes from either laughter or tears. She had driven in from Aurora with her daughter and 2 Tupperware bowls of pasta salad nobody had asked for. The clown caught her attention, but only in the practical bookkeeping sense of it. Who paid for this? Who tipped him? Did he need water? That should have been reassuring. It almost was. Then my mother said, "Did he come from the entertainment company?" "What entertainment company?" Aunt Kelly said. "For the bounce house. We rented the bounce house from Fun Jumps Naperville." "Don't send clowns. You booked it." "No, I sent you the link." "Rick booked it." Rick straightened. "I booked the inflatable, that's it." Lee, still seated by the favors, said, "Maybe Grandma did." "She's in Michigan," I said. The clown made a flower balloon and handed it to the little girl. He still hadn't looked at any of us directly. That bothered me in a way I couldn't explain. Performers want an audience. Even the shy ones check for the adults, for approval, for the person who signs the check. This man kept his face mostly turned to the children, profile angled down, as if he already belonged there and didn't need permission. Owen finally noticed him. He came jogging over, freckled and sweaty, his dinosaur T-shirt dark under the arms, foam bat dragging behind him. Owen had the particular 8-year-old boy energy of always appearing half-launched. "Mom," he said, "is that for me?" My mother put down the tongs. "Apparently." "Can I go see?" She hesitated. I saw it, tiny but real. My brother must have seen it too, because he added, "Please." She forced brightness into her voice. "Stay where we can see you." Owen grinned and ran. I should explain Owen because he mattered in a different way than the rest of us did. He was small for his age and chronically earnest. The kind of kid who still believed adults were managing things, even when evidence suggested otherwise. He was also deeply afraid of being embarrassed. At school assemblies, in soccer games, even when opening presents, he always seemed one joke away from folding in on himself. My mother worried he was too sensitive. I worried that everyone kept saying that in front of him. The clown handed him a green balloon sword. Owen laughed. And there it was again, that awful, balancing effect of seeing something off settle temporarily into joy. It made me feel foolish for noticing it at all. "Go ask him who he's with," my mother said quietly. "To his face." "Yes, Nora, to his face." I wiped my damp hands on my shorts and headed into the yard. As I crossed the grass, I kept expecting the man to turn with some easy performer grin and clear it all up. "Sorry, folks, traffic was bad. I'm with Chuckles and here for Owen Bell's birthday. Something normal. Embarrassing, maybe, but normal." Up close, the costume looked worse. The fabric had been mended at one elbow with thread that didn't match. His white gloves were clean, but worn thin at the fingertips. His shoes were oversized in the clown way, but actual leather under the paint, cracked where they bent. His face makeup was careful rather than cheerful. White base, red mouth, blue diamonds over the eyes. I could see stubble shadowing through along his jaw. He smelled faintly of talcum powder and sweat. "Hi," I said. He finished twisting a balloon into what became, improbably, a giraffe. "Hello." His voice surprised me. No clown affect. No booming cheer. Just a low, plain American voice. Midwestern, maybe. Hard to place. "Who are you here with?" He tied off the balloon and handed it to Mason. "The party." The kids laughed because they thought that was part of the act. "Right," I said. "Who booked you?" He looked at me then. That's one of the details I still distrust in my own memory, because afterward, everything wants to become sinister. But at the time, what I felt wasn't horror. It was discomfort. Eye makeup made his expression hard to read, but there was a quick flicker there, confusion, maybe, or caution. "A woman called," he said. "What woman?" "I don't know her name." You took a booking without a name. He gave a small shrug. Cash jobs happen. That address was just enough. She gave the address, time, boy's birthday. I heard Owen behind me say, "Make a T-Rex," and the clown's attention slid past me toward my brother for half a second. "Do you have a business card?" I asked. "No." "Company are you with?" He paused. "I work independently." That answer landed badly. I'm not proud of this, but I stepped back a little. Not enough for anyone else to notice, maybe, but enough that I felt my heel sink into the softer earth near the fence line. The clown noticed. His face didn't change. "Mom said she didn't hire you," I said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, "I drove 40 minutes. He said it without self-pity, more like a fact laid on the table. "What's your name?" "Russ, last name," he smiled then, but not broadly. The painted mouth just widened a fraction. "You asking as family or as police?" The kids laughed again, not getting the words, only the timing. I didn't laugh. From the patio, Rick called, "Everything okay?" The clown turned his head toward the voice, and for the first time, the adults all really saw him seeing them. Something passed through the yard then, subtle but enough. Conversations snagged. My mother set down a plate too hard. Aunt Kelly adjusted the tray in her arms and stared. It was as if everybody had been waiting for somebody else to decide whether this was funny or inappropriate. And now the question had finally become communal. The sky had gone flatter, the light more metallic. Somewhere beyond the houses, thunder muttered so faintly it could have been a truck on Ogden Avenue. Russ stood slowly. He was taller than I'd thought. "I can leave," he said. He said it to me, but pitched just loud enough for the adults to hear. Owen's face changed immediately. Not dramatic tears, just that awful dropped look kids get when delight is removed too fast. "Why, no one said you had to leave," my mother called, though the sentence came out thin and brittle. Rick came off the patio and joined us in the grass. "Hold on," he said. "Let's just figure out who made the call." Russ took one hand from his side and patted at the pocket sewn into the front of his costume. "I've got the number. That should have solved everything. It should have." Instead, for reasons I couldn't have explained then, the words tightened something in my chest. Because if he had the number, then one of us had called. Or someone wanted him to think one of us had. My mother came closer, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Lee drifted over behind her. The children had formed that eerie, loose semicircle kids make when they know the adults are talking, but aren't being sent away yet. Owen stood nearest Russ, still clutching the balloon sword, watching all our faces in turn. Rick said, "Show us." Russ pulled an old smartphone from the costume pocket. The screen was cracked in one corner. He unlocked it with his thumb and opened a recent calls list. For one strange second, no one reached for the phone. You could hear the inflatable bounce house motor humming near the garage, the grill ticking softly as it cooled, the wet slap of a sprinkler from a neighbor's yard. Somebody's paper birthday hat blew off the table and skipped across the patio like a bright little animal. Then my mother said, very quietly, "Nora," meaning me, meaning take it. I held out my hand. Russ looked at me, then at Owen, then back at the phone. And that was where the afternoon tipped, not into terror, not yet, but into the choice that began it. Because once he gave me that number, we would either laugh at ourselves for a stupid mix-up, or we would learn that somebody outside our family knew enough to place him there. Russ kept the phone in his hand and said, "Before I do, I want to be paid if this is some kind of prank." Rick's jaw tightened. My mother inhaled sharply. Owen looked from one adult to another, sensing the vibration change without understanding the words. Rain smell drifted in on the wind, dry dirt waking up before the first drop. And standing there in my mother's striped backyard, with a clown none of us remembered hiring, and 20 children waiting for somebody grown to explain what was happening, we had to decide whether to send him away and pretend the unease meant nothing, or take the phone, press deeper, and risk turning a strange misunderstanding into something none of us could keep light for the kids anymore. Russ didn't hand me the phone right away. He held it just out from his body, screen lit, his thumb hovering like he might change his mind. It wasn't aggressive. It was cautious. The kind of pause you make when you're trying to decide if you're about to step into something that could turn on you. Rick noticed it too. "We're not trying to stiff you," he said, a little too quickly. "We just want to confirm who booked you." "I get that," Russ said. "I just don't like getting pulled into jokes." "No one's joking," my mother snapped, then softened her voice when she saw Owen watching. "Honey, we're just figuring something out." Owen nodded, but he didn't look convinced. He'd edged closer to Russ again, balloon sword pressed to his chest like it might help him stay included. I stepped forward another inch and held out my hand, palm up. "Please." Russ studied my face for a second, like he was measuring something. Then he turned the phone and placed it in my hand. The screen showed a recent call. No contact name, just a number, local area code, Naperville. The call time was listed as 11:12 a.m. "That's today," Lee said, leaning over my shoulder. "I know what today is," Rick muttered. My mother reached for the phone, and I let her take it. She squinted at the number like she could will it into being familiar. "I don't recognize it." "Call it," Aunt Kelly said. "That's what I'm doing." My mother hit the number and pressed the phone to her ear. The rest of us stood in a loose half circle around her. The kids had drifted closer again, pulled by the gravitational weirdness of adults whispering in daylight. The line rang once, twice. Then a phone started ringing behind us. It took me a second to process that. The sound was faint at first, muffled, like it was coming through a wall. Then louder, clearer, from inside the house. We all turned at the same time. The ringing was coming from the kitchen. My mother lowered the phone slowly from her ear. It was still ringing. "That's not," she started, then stopped. "Whose phone is that?" Rick said. No one answered. Lee pushed past us and slid the patio door open. The cold air spilled out again, carrying the smell of frosting and the low hum of the refrigerator. The ringing was sharper inside. "I'll get it," she said, already moving. My mother followed her, wiping her hands again, though they were already dry. Rick looked at me. "Stay with him, not Russ anymore." I nodded. It had gone quiet in that way they do when something feels off, but no one has told them to be afraid yet. Owen was still closest, his eyes bouncing between me and the clown. Russ stood very still. "You didn't bring anyone with you?" I asked. No van. I drove a sedan, parked where? Down the street. "Why not the driveway?" "Didn't want to block anyone in," he said, reasonable. Every answer he gave was reasonable. That was part of the problem. Inside, a voice echoed faintly. "It's on the counter." "No, not that one." Then the ringing stopped. A few seconds later, my mother came back out onto the patio, holding her phone in one hand and something else in the other. Another phone. She stopped at the edge of the patio like she'd walked into glass. "It's mine," she said. "What do you mean it's yours?" Rick asked. "The number. It's my phone." "That's not possible," Aunt Kelly said behind her. "You're holding your phone." My mother looked down at both devices like she was hoping one would disappear if she stared long enough. This one, she lifted the second phone slightly, was in the kitchen. "Whose is it?" Lee asked. My mother swallowed. "It's mine," a beat. "What?" Rick said. "I mean it's my old one," she said quickly. "From before I upgraded. I must have left it in a drawer." "You don't just forget a phone in a drawer," Lee said. "People forget things," my mother snapped. "Can we not, Mom?" I said quietly. "Why is it on the counter?" That landed. She hesitated. "I don't know." Rick stepped closer. "Is it charged?" "Yes. You charged a phone you forgot you had." "I didn't charge it," she said. "It must have been already charged," Lee said. "After how long? A year?" My mother's jaw tightened. "I don't know, Lee." The kids started to stir again, whispering. One of them laughed too loudly at nothing, the way kids do when they want to break tension they don't understand. Owen tugged at my hand. "What's going on?" "Nothing," I said automatically. He looked at me, searching my face, and I felt that familiar pull, the urge to smooth it over, to make it small and manageable. To not be the one who made this a thing. Behind me, Russ spoke. "Is that the phone that called me?" Everyone turned to him. My mother nodded slowly. "I guess so." "Can I see it?" he asked. Rick hesitated. Then, reluctantly, he held out his hand. "Give it here." My mother passed him the old phone. He turned it over, examining it like he was checking a prop for damage. The screen lit when he pressed the side button. "No lock," he said. "That's weird," Lee muttered. "Is it?" My mother shot back. "I probably never set one." Russ opened the call history. "Here," he said, angling the screen so we could see. "This is me." The number matched the one on his phone. "And before that?" I asked. He scrolled. There were a handful of outgoing calls from earlier that morning. A pizza place, a grocery store, a number labeled Rick. Rick frowned. "That's me." "And these," Lee said, pointing. A series of missed calls, all from unknown numbers, all within a 10-minute window around 11. "Did you make these?" I asked my mother. "No," she said immediately. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "You didn't but dial someone." "Or no, Nora," she said, sharper now. "I didn't call a clown from a phone I forgot existed." Russ was still scrolling. He stopped. "There's a voicemail," he said, from his number. "Time stamped 11:14 a.m. Play it," Rick said. My mother shook her head. "Wait. Why wait?" "Because this is insane," she said, her voice climbing. "Because we're standing in the middle of a children's party talking about some glitch or mistake, and we have no idea what's actually happening." "That's exactly why we should play it," Lee said. "Or we shut this down," my mother said. "We send him home, we delete whatever this is, and we get back to the party." Russ looked up at that. "You want me to leave without knowing who booked me?" "I'll pay you," she said. "That's not the point," he said. Rick exhaled hard. "Okay, enough, we're playing it." He took the phone from Russ before my mother could object and tapped the voicemail. The speaker crackled. For a second, there was nothing but static. A low, hollow hiss like the inside of a seashell. Then a voice. It was a woman's voice. "Hi," it said. "I need you to come to this address. It's a birthday party. 8-year-old boy today, around 2. The voice was calm, normal, slightly breathy, like she'd been walking when she left the message. My stomach tightened, because I knew that voice. Not completely, not in a way I could pin down with a name, but it was close enough. "You'll be paid in cash," the voice continued. Just come to the side gate. It'll be open." The message ended with a soft click. No name. Callback number. Just the faint sound of movement, like fabric brushing against something, before the line cut. No one spoke for a few seconds. Then Lee said, very quietly, "That sounded like you." My mother shook her head immediately. "No, it did," Lee insisted. "It didn't." "It did," I said before I could stop myself. My mother turned to me like I'd slapped her. "Nora, I'm not saying it is you," I said quickly. "I'm saying it sounds like you. It's not me. I know. Do you?" She snapped. The air felt thicker now. The first drops of rain started to hit the patio, slow and spaced out, darkening the concrete in scattered circles. Rick ran a hand over his face. "Okay, let's just think." "Think about what?" Aunt Kelly said. "Someone used Dana's old phone to call this guy and leave a message that sounds like her voice." "How does that even happen?" "Maybe someone was in the house," Lee said. That landed harder than anything else. My mother went very still. "Don't say that." "Why not?" "Because it's ridiculous." "Is it?" Lee said. The phone was inside, charged, on the counter. None of us knew it was there. "Maybe I took it out this morning and forgot," my mother said, but the words didn't have weight. "Then why don't you remember calling him?" I asked. "I don't know." The kids were definitely watching now, whispering. Owen had stepped back a little, his earlier excitement gone. Russ shifted his weight. "If you want me to go, I will. But someone wanted me here." That sentence hung there. Someone wanted me here. The rain picked up, a steady patter now. The bounce house motor hummed louder as the plastic walls flexed under the changing air pressure. Rick looked at the yard, then at the sky, then back at the group of us. "We can't just ignore this. We can't scare the kids either," my mother said. "Then we handle it quietly," he said. "How?" Aunt Kelly asked. Rick hesitated, then, "We check the house." My mother shook her head. "No, we check it," he repeated. "To bottom, just to be sure. In the middle of a party?" "Yes." "And what do we tell them?" she said, gesturing at the kids. "Nothing, they stay out here. With him," she said, glancing at Russ. That was the new pivot, the new fault line. Russ raised both hands slightly. I'm not saying you are," she said quickly, but the damage was done. He lowered his hands again. Owen looked between all of us, confused and scared now. "Mom," my mother closed her eyes for a second, then opened them. "It's fine, sweetheart. We're just making sure everything's okay." He nodded, but he didn't move. Rick looked at me. "You good to stay out here?" There it was again. The assignment, the expectation. "Stay. Keep things normal. Don't make a scene." My chest felt tight. "Yeah," I said, because that's what I always said. Rick nodded and turned toward the house. Lee and Aunt Kelly followed him. My mother lingered a second longer, looking at me like she wanted to say something else, then went inside too. The patio door slid shut behind them. Just like that, it was me, a yard full of kids, and a man in a clown costume none of us had called. The rain came down harder, tapping against the tables, the grill, the inflatable. The speaker crackled as a drop hit it wrong and the music skipped. "Should we go inside?" one of the kids asked. "Not yet," I said. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. Russ stood a few feet away, not moving closer, not stepping back. Just there. "You think someone was in the house?" I asked him quietly. "I think someone knew enough to make that call," he said. "That's not the same thing." "No," he agreed. Owen edged closer to me. "Nora, yeah, is he staying?" I looked at Russ. He looked back at me, and for the first time, I saw something like uncertainty in his face. "I don't know," I said. From inside the house, a loud thump echoed, something heavy hitting the floor. Every kid in the yard turned toward the sound. I felt Owen's hand tighten around mine. Another thump. Then Rick's voice, muffled but sharp. "Hey," the patio door rattled like someone had grabbed it too fast. I took a step forward instinctively. And in that moment, with the the storm closing in and whatever was happening inside the house suddenly no longer abstract, I realized staying outside, keeping things calm, keeping things normal wasn't just uncomfortable anymore. It might be the wrong choice. The second thump from inside wasn't like the first. First had been blunt, like something dropped. This one dragged a little at the end, a scrape following the impact, like whatever hit the floor didn't stop where it landed. Every kid in the yard went still. The rain thickened, turning from scattered drops into a steady, fine sheet that made the grass darken in patches. The inflatable bounce house shuddered and flexed, its seams creaking under the pressure of wind and wet. The hum of the blower grew louder, straining. Owen's fingers tightened around mine. "Nora." "I know," I said. My body wanted to move toward the house. Every part of me did. But behind me were 15 kids and a man I didn't know, and in front of me was a glass door separating us from something that had already crossed from weird into wrong. Russ stepped closer, not too close, but enough that I could hear him over the rain. "You should get them inside." That's what I was thinking. "Not through there," he said, nodding toward the patio door. "If something is going on in the house." He was right. I hated that he was right. The yard was fenced, but the side gate led to the driveway, and the driveway wrapped around to the front of the house. If something or someone was inside, we could move the kids out and away without crossing whatever was happening. "Okay," I said, louder now. "Everyone, we're going to move to the front of the house for a minute. Grab your shoes if you see them. Leave the toys." Groans. Confusion. A few kids laughed like this was a game. "It's raining," one girl complained. "I know, it'll be quick." Owen didn't move. "What about Mom?" "They're just checking something," I said. "We're going to give them space." That sounded like something an adult would say. I started herding them toward the side of the yard. The gate was still latched. I unhooked it with hands that felt slightly off, like I wasn't quite synced with myself, and swung it open. The driveway beyond was already slick, water running in thin lines toward the street. A gray sedan was parked halfway down Russ's, I assumed. Beyond that, the quiet suburban stretch of our block, mailboxes, trimmed lawns, the world continuing like nothing had shifted. "Stay together," I said. "No running." That lasted about 3 seconds. Kids spilled out into the driveway in uneven clusters, some hopping to avoid puddles, some immediately breaking into short sprints because movement was easier than standing still. Lee's little sister tripped on the lip of the driveway and went down hard, skinning her knee. She started to cry. Hey, you're okay," I said, crouching, pressing a napkin from my pocket to the scrape. Blood welled, bright and immediate. She sniffed, then wailed louder when she saw it. "Let me," Russ said. I hesitated. Then I moved aside. He knelt with surprising gentleness, pulling a small packet from somewhere in his costume, antiseptic wipe, Band-Aid. He cleaned the scrape with quick, efficient motions. The girl hissed and tried to pull away. He steadied her with a soft, "Almost done, nothing theatrical, just calm." He pressed the Band-Aid into place. "There." She sniffled, quieter now. "Thank you," I said before I could stop myself. He nodded once. From inside the house, another noise. Louder this time, a crash. Then a shout, Rick again, sharper, angrier. "Stop," the patio door rattled violently. The kids turned as one, drawn by the sound. Even the ones already drifting toward the front yard stopped and stared. "Keep moving," I said, louder than I meant to. "Go to the front lawn. Right now." A few of them obeyed. A few didn't. Owen stayed glued to my side. I'm going to check, I said to Russ, already knowing I shouldn't. You can't leave them, he said. I'm not leaving. I'm just looking through the side window. The kitchen had a window that faced the driveway, just past the garbage bins. If I stayed outside, I could see in without going through the house. That's better, he said. I moved along the side of the house, rain soaking through my shirt, flattening my hair to my neck. The ground here was narrower, a strip of mulch and stepping stones between the fence and the siding. The garbage bins were tipped slightly, lids rattling in the wind. I stepped onto the stones and leaned toward the window. Inside, the kitchen lights were on. The room looked normal, counter clutter. The cake still boxed, plates stacked. The old phone on the counter where we'd left it. No one in sight. Then movement. Lee rushed past the doorway, her face pale, eyes wide. She disappeared into the hallway toward the living room. Lee, I shouted, banging on the glass. Lee, she didn't hear me. Another crash, deeper in the house. I couldn't see past the kitchen. I turned and ran back to the driveway. There in the living room, I said, I can't see what's happening. Russ looked toward the front yard, where most of the kids had now gathered under the small overhang of the front porch. A few parents' cars were parked along the curb, empty. No other adults outside. You stay with them, he said. I'll go in. No, I said immediately. He looked at me steady. You're not going to keep 15 kids calm if you're half listening to what's happening inside. I can check and come back. You don't know the house. I can find a living room. He had a point. I hated that too. Another shout from inside. My mother this time. Rick, that broke something in me. Okay, I said, but you come straight back. He nodded. Wait, I added. Use the front door. He paused, then gave a small, humorless smile. I wasn't planning on climbing in a window. He jogged up the driveway, his oversized shoes slapping against the wet concrete in a way that would have been funny in any other context. He cut across the front lawn and disappeared around the corner toward the porch. I turned back to the kids. Everyone stay here, I said. No one goes back there. If your parents call, you stay on the phone. A few of them nodded. One boy had already pulled out a smartwatch and was tapping it frantically. Owen stood close enough that his shoulder touched my arm. Is Dad okay? I think so, I said. You don't sound like you think so, I swallowed. They're figuring it out. Rainwater ran down my back, cold and constant. My hands were starting to shake, just slightly. A minute passed. Too long. From the front of the house, I heard the door slam open. Russ came back around the corner at a near run. That was fast, I said, relief and alarm tangling together. Front room's clear, he said. They're in the basement. What? Doors open. I heard them down there, the basement. Of course. The house layout snapped into place in my head. Kitchen leading to a short hallway, stairs down to the basement just off the living room. Storage, laundry, Rick's tools. A space you couldn't see from any outside window. Did you go down? I asked. No, he said. I heard yelling, something heavy moving. Another crash echoed faintly through the walls. Okay, I said, more to myself than to him. Okay. This was the second attempt, I realized dimly. First, we tried to identify the call, ended up with more questions. Then we tried to isolate the danger, move the kids, check the house from outside. And now the problem had moved somewhere deeper, out of sight. Tightening. Stay with them, I said again. I'm coming with you, Owen said. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Owen, I'm not staying out here, he said, his voice rising. You said it's fine, but it's not fine. He wasn't wrong. I need you to be brave in a different way, I said, crouching so I was level with him. I need you to stay here and make sure nobody goes back there. Can you do that? He hesitated. That's your job, I said. You're the oldest kid out here now. That wasn't true, but it worked. He nodded slowly. Okay, I stood. Russ was already moving. Front door, he said. Front door, I agreed. We crossed the lawn together, the grass slick underfoot, shoes sinking slightly into the softened ground. The porch light had flicked on automatically in the dimming afternoon, casting a weak yellow glow over the wet concrete. The front door was ajar. Russ pushed it open. The living room was empty. Couch, coffee table, the TV still playing some muted sports channel. Everything in place, except for the faint track of muddy footprints leading toward the hallway. Rick, I called, no answer. Mom, a faint echo from below, indistinct. The basement door was open. At the top of the stairs, the air felt cooler, damp, the smell of detergent and something metallic. Another thud from below. Stay behind me, Russ said. I'm not. Another crash cut me off. We moved down together. The stairs creaked under our weight, the sound amplified in the narrow space. Halfway down, I could see into the basement. The washing machine against one wall, shelves stacked with plastic bins, Rick's workbench along the far side, and my family. Rick was near the back wall, one hand braced against a shelving unit that had partially collapsed, plastic bins spilled across the floor. Lee stood a few feet away, clutching her arm. Aunt Kelly was by the laundry sink, wide-eyed. My mother was near the center of the room, and the floor had been torn up, not the whole thing. Just a section near the back wall, where the concrete met the edge of an older, patched area. The surface was cracked, broken open in a rough rectangle about 3 feet across. Tools were scattered nearby, a crowbar, a hammer. Stop, my mother said as she saw us. Don't come down, too late. I stepped off the last stair. What happened? I said. Rick looked up, breathing hard. Something S under there. What do you mean something S under there? I mean there's a space, he said. We heard it. Like what? Russ asked. Rick shook his head. Like movement, scraping. I thought it was pipes at first, but he gestured at the broken concrete. This was loose. I pried it up and another sound came from the hole. Not a voice. A scrape, slow, deliberate, like something shifting against wood. Everyone froze. My heart kicked hard against my ribs. Could be an animal, Aunt Kelly whispered. In concrete, Lee said, her voice tight with pain. Could be a crawl space, Russ said. Old houses have them. This isn't that old, Rick said. Doesn't mean it wasn't modified, Russ replied. Another scrape. Closer. My mother took a step back. We need to call the police. Yes, I said. Yes, we do. Rick nodded, reaching for his phone. Above us, faintly, I heard a child shout. I turned toward the stairs. Then I heard it, from outside. A second voice. Hi, Bright. Hey, there's another one. My stomach dropped. I ran up the stairs 2 at a time, Russ right behind me. We burst into the living room, then out the front door. The kids were clustered on the lawn, pointing toward the driveway. At the gray sedan, its trunk was open, and standing beside it, another clown. Same cream-colored costume, same red pom-poms, same painted face, watching the house. The second clown didn't wave. He didn't do anything a performer would do when he found himself in front of a yard full of children, and one identical version of himself standing on the porch. He just stood beside Russ's open trunk in the rain, one hand on the lid, staring toward the house, as if he'd arrived late to a job he already understood. For half a second, nobody moved. Then Owen screamed. not a horror movie scream. A child's raw, overwhelmed sound, the kind that comes from confusion, finally tipping into fear. That broke the spell. The other kids started yelling too, some backing toward the porch, some crowding together in the wet grass. One little boy running straight for the sidewalk before I grabbed the back of his shirt and hauled him close. "Inside," I shouted. "Everyone inside. Living room." Now, the command came out harder than anything I'd said all day. It worked. Children surged toward the front door in a wet, panicked knot, sneakers slapping on the porch, shoulders banging the frame. Owen latched onto my waist for a second before following them in, crying now. Behind me, Russ took one step off the porch. The man by the car finally moved. He let go of the trunk lid and raised both hands slightly, palms out. "Don't," Russ said. His voice had changed. Lower, flat, no performance left in it. The second clown looked at him, not at the rest of us. "I'm not here for them." Rain ran off his painted chin in thin white streaks. Up close, even from the porch, I could see differences. This costume was cleaner, the pom-poms brighter, the face paint newer. Younger man too, maybe mid-30s, leaner than Russ. Rick came up behind me from the living room, breathing hard from the basement stairs, crowbar still in one hand. My mother was right behind him, and Lee, pale and gripping her left forearm, which was starting to swell where a fallen storage bin had caught her earlier. "Get away from the kids," Rick barked. The second clown glanced at the crowbar, then back at Russ. "You told them." "I didn't know you were here," Russ said. "Bullshit, I didn't." That word hit differently coming out of a clown's painted mouth. My mother grabbed my arm. "Call 911. I was already fumbling for my phone. My fingers were slick. I nearly dropped it in the rain. When I got the screen unlocked, my thumb slipped twice before I hit the emergency call. The second clown saw it. He moved. Not toward me. Toward the porch. Russ lunged off the first step and met him in the front walk, the two of them crashing together shoulder first, all bright fabric and wet shoes, and the ugly blunt sound of bodies colliding for real. The second clown lost footing on the rain-slick concrete, caught himself on the car hood, then drove an elbow backward into Russ's ribs. Russ made a sound I'd never heard from an adult man before. Tight, involuntary. "Get inside," my mother yelled. The phone was ringing in my ear. I backed into the doorway, still facing the lawn. 911, what is your emergency?" "There's an intruder," I said, breathless. "At a house, children are here, Naperville, on." I gave the address too fast, had to repeat it. "There are two men in clown costumes, and one of them just attacked the other. And there may be someone under the basement floor," the dispatcher cut in, trying to slow me down. Asking if weapons were involved. Asking if anyone was injured. Asking me to confirm whether the intruder was inside or outside. "All of it," I said. "Inside and outside. I don't know." Russ and the second clown slammed into the front fender of the sedan. The open trunk lid bounced. Something inside shifted with a heavy clunk. Rick shoved past me off the porch with the crowbar. "No," I shouted, but too late. He swung, not at the man's head, at his arm. Panicked, broad, terrible swing from a suburban dad who did not know how to use a tool as a weapon and hated that he was trying. The second clown jerked back in time. The crowbar struck the edge of the trunk instead with a metallic crack that rang across the yard. The trunk lid came down halfway, then sprang back. And inside, for one impossible second, I thought I saw another person. Small, curled. Then the second clown shoved Rick hard in the chest. Rick slipped on the wet grass and went down on one knee with the breath punched out of him. "Rick," my mother screamed. The dispatcher was still in my ear. "Ma'am, officers are en route. Stay on the line." The second clown grabbed for the trunk again. Russ got both hands on his costume collar from behind and yanked him backward. The seam tore at the neck with a ripping sound. Under the cream fabric was a black compression shirt soaked dark with rain. Anne twisted wild now and drove the back of his head into Russ's nose. I heard the crack from the porch. Russ staggered. Blood mixed with the white paint and went pink down his lip. The second clown ran, not away from the house, toward the side of it, toward the backyard gate. "He's going for the kids," my mother started, then saw the living room full through the front window and corrected herself. The back. Rick, still on the ground, pointed with the crowbar. "Nora side gate." I moved before thinking. That was the flaw again. Maybe twisted into something useful for once. I didn't stop to decide who should go. I just ran. Around the side of the house, through the narrow strip between the fence and siding, rain in my eyes, one hand skimming the wet vinyl wall to keep balance. The stepping stones shifted under my sneakers. One rocked sideways. My ankle rolled, sharp pain flaring up my calf, but I kept going. The side gate banged once in the wind ahead of me. By the time I reached it, the second clown was there too, coming from the driveway, faster than I'd expected. Up close, he smelled like wet fabric, gasoline, and cheap aftershave under the makeup. He reached for the latch. I slammed the gate into him with both hands. It hit his shoulder and face. Not enough to stop him, enough to stun him. He swore and grabbed the top rail. His fingers were bare, no gloves. "You stupid," he started. I shoved again. He caught the gate this time and shoved back harder. Wood frame punched into my palms. A rusty staple on the inner edge tore skin at the base of my thumb. I felt it split and go slick. I screamed for Rick, for Russ, for anybody. The second clown's face was inches from mine through the slats now, makeup running into the creases around his mouth. No grin, no performance, just anger and something uglier underneath it. Desperation. "Open it," he said. "No, there's someone under your house." I froze. It lasted maybe half a second. Long enough. He rammed the gate. The latch ripped loose from one screw. The whole thing jumped inward and knocked me backward into the muddy strip along the house. My bad ankle folded under me. Pain shot white and hot behind my eyes. He came through. I scrambled backward on hands and one knee, trying to get up, and he was over me before I could. Not grabbing for my throat, not some movie thing. He went for my phone hand first, maybe thinking I still had it. I didn't. I dropped it somewhere in the run. His knee hit the ground beside my hip. Mud splashed my face. "Where is he?" he demanded. I had no idea which he meant. He looked past me toward the backyard, breathing hard. And then I understood. The basement. The hole. Someone under the floor. This man wasn't here to scare children or kidnap anybody at the party. That may have been worse, because whatever he was trying to do had been in motion before any of us noticed, and our house had just happened to be where it surfaced. He grabbed my shirt and hauled me partly upright like he might use me to stand. Pain lit through my ankle again. I hit him in the face with the heel of my palm, the way somebody had shown me once in a college safety seminar I'd half laughed through. Not elegant, not strong, but enough to snap his head back and smear more red and white across his cheek. He cursed and let go. I scrambled sideways. Then Russ hit him. Not cleanly, not heroically. He came in limping from the driveway side and tackled the man around the waist, and both of them slammed into the aluminum siding with a bang that shook the downspout. Russ had one arm tucked weirdly from the earlier hit, maybe hurt, maybe broken, and he was bleeding freely now from the nose. But he kept his weight on him. "Get Rick," Russ grunted. I stumbled up and ran. Through the gate, across the driveway, into the front yard. Rick was already moving, slower now, one hand pressed to his chest. My mother had Owen behind her on the porch and was trying to keep the other children inside with one arm out like a crossing guard. Lee had a kitchen towel wrapped around her forearm, and her face looked gray. "He's at the side," I gasped. With Russ, Rick went. I followed because there was no longer any version of this day where I stayed put and let other people handle it. By the time we reached the side of the house, the fight had changed shape. Russ and the second clown were no longer upright. They were on the ground in the mud, half under the side window, Russ trying to pin the man's right arm while the man twisted toward the waistband at his back. "Knife," Russ shouted. Rick didn't swing the crowbar this time. He dropped on him. All three men tangled together in the narrow strip, grunting, slipping, shoes digging trenches into the mulch. I saw the flash of metal once, a folding knife, small, not theatrical at all, before it vanished between bodies again. I shouted without words, just sound. Rick got his hand on the man's wrist. Russ got the other shoulder. For 1 second, it looked like they had him. Then the second clown drove the knife upward blindly. Russ jerked. It was a small movement, not the dramatic kind, more like surprise. Then he made a short, choking noise and clamped his hand over the left side of his abdomen. The knife came away red. Everything after that sped up and slowed down at the same time. Rick roared and slammed the man's wrist against the stepping stone once, twice, until the knife fell into the mud. I kicked it away on instinct and nearly went down again on my bad ankle. My mother was screaming from somewhere near the driveway. Lee was crying now. Children were crying too. The whole house seemed full of wet noise. The second clown bucked once, hard, trying to crawl free. Rick hit him with the crowbar, not the head. The thigh. A thick, ugly crack. The man howled and folded. Rick got the crowbar across his throat and shoulder, pinning him into the mud without choking him outright, just enough to keep him down. "Don't," Rick said over and over, voice shredded. "Don't move, don't move." Russ rolled onto his side. Blood was leaking through his fingers in a dark sheet, rain diluting it and sending thin pink streams between the stones. I dropped beside him. "Hey," I said. "Hey, stay with me." He laughed once. A tiny disbelieving sound. That line always sounds stupid. "Yeah," I said, and my voice broke. "Yeah, it does." I pressed both hands over his hand, over the wound. He sucked air through his teeth and almost punched me by reflex, then stopped himself. Warmth spread fast through my palms. Real blood feels heavier than people say, slicker. It gets into the folds of your skin and stays there. "Ambulance is coming," I said. The dispatcher, I'd forgotten the dispatcher, was still on speaker from somewhere in the wet grass near the front walk. A disembodied, calm voice asking if I could hear her. Lee must have picked up the phone, because now she was answering, crying through the address again, saying, "He stabbed, he stabbed." From inside the house came another sound, not from outside, not from the yard, from below. A pounding. 3 sharp hits from under the basement floor. We all heard it. Even the man pinned in the mud stopped fighting for a second. Rick looked up first. At me, at the house, at the side window. The second clown began shaking his head wildly. "Don't," he said. "Don't open it." My mother came into view at the end of the narrow passage, rain plastering her hair to her face, Owen behind her despite everything. "What was that?" she said. Another pounding. From beneath the house. Russ, pale under the paint now, whispered, "That's who he's here for." No one moved, because this was it. All the pieces finally pressed together hard enough to make a shape. The old phone, the call, the side gate, the hidden space in the basement, the second clown arriving not to terrify us, but to reach something or someone before police did. Rick looked down at the pinned man. "Who's under there?" The man kept shaking his head, jaw clenched. Rick raised the crowbar slightly. "I don't know his name," the man said. "I swear to God, I don't. We were just supposed to move him tonight." My mother made a sound in the back of her throat that I hope I never hear again. "Move who?" I said. He swallowed mud and rainwater. "Kid, teen, I don't know." Owen started sobbing behind my mother. Another pounding from the basement. Weaker this time. The point of no return had come and gone while we were busy naming it. There was someone alive under our house, and if we did nothing, he was going to die there. The police would come. The ambulance too. But not in the next 10 seconds. Not in the next 30. And the pounding had already weakened. Rick looked at the house, then at Russ bleeding under my hands, then at me. "I can hold him," he said. It wasn't a question. My ankle screamed when I stood. My cut palm burned. Lee's arm was swelling. My mother was half collapsed around Owen. Russ was losing blood in the rain, and still he said, through clenched teeth, crowbar, hammer, basement. There are moments when bravery feels noble from the outside. This wasn't one of them. This was filthy and loud and stupid and necessary. I took the crowbar from Rick's hand. He shifted his weight, pinning the man with knee and forearm instead. My mother said, "Nora, no." But I was already moving for the front door, limping hard, Russ's blood slick on my wrists, the rain running cold down my back, because the only thing worse than the clown in our yard was the truth under the floor. And now that we knew it was there was no pretending our way back to the party. The basement smelled wrong before I even reached the bottom step. Not just detergent and old concrete. Something sour and trapped, like air that had been used too many times and never properly replaced. I hit the last stair harder than I meant to, ankle flaring, and had to grab the railing to steady myself. "Move," Rick said from behind me, breath hot and ragged. I stepped aside. He took the crowbar from my hand and went straight to the broken section of floor. Boots slipping slightly in the wet, we tracked down. The rectangle of torn concrete yawned open, edges jagged where he'd pried it up earlier. Beneath it was not dirt, like I'd half expected. Wood, planks, dark and damp, laid over a narrow void. Another thud came from below, weaker than before. Slower. Rick jammed the crowbar under the edge of one plank and leaned his weight into it. The wood groaned, nails squealing as they lifted. The sound made my teeth ache. "Careful," I said, though I didn't know what careful meant anymore. The board came free with a snap. Rick yanked it up and tossed it aside. A pocket of air escaped from below, warmer and fouler than the basement. It hit the back of my throat and made me gag. For a second, I saw nothing but darkness. Then movement, a hand. Pale, thin, fingers scraping upward toward the light. "Jesus," Rick said, voice breaking. I dropped to my knees beside the opening, ignoring the protest from my ankle. Hey, I said, my voice too loud, too urgent. Hey, we've got you. You're okay, you're okay. The hand clawed at the edge, nails cracked and dirty. Help, a voice rasped from below. Male, young, alive. Rick widened the opening, ripping another plank loose. I reached down, and the boy's hand latched onto my wrist with surprising strength. Easy, I said. We're going to pull you up. 1, 2, Rick grabbed under the boy's other arm as more of him came into view. A face streaked with grime, lips dry and split, eyes squinting against the sudden light. He couldn't have been more than 16. We hauled him up together, awkward and uneven. His body dragged against the edge, catching on splinters, and he gasped as his ribs hit the broken concrete. Sorry, I said, even though I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for. He collapsed onto the basement floor, coughing, sucking in air like it hurt to breathe. His shirt was soaked through with something darker than water. For one terrible second, I thought it was blood. Then I realized it was just filth, sweat, the kind of damp that comes from being somewhere you shouldn't be for too long. How long? I started. He shook his head weakly. Don't know. Rick crouched beside him. Can you move? The boy nodded, then winced as he tried to sit up. They said it'd be quick. I said, his eyes flicked toward the ceiling, toward the yard, toward the man pinned outside. 2 of them, he said. 1 stayed, 1 left. Which one? Rick asked. The boy swallowed. The one outside now. That landed in a way I didn't have time to process. Footsteps pounded above us. My mother's voice, sharp with panic. Nora, Rick. Down here, I shouted. She appeared at the top of the stairs. Owen clutched to her side despite everything we told him. Lee was right behind them, her arm wrapped tight in the towel, face pale but set. Oh my God, my mother breathed as she saw the boy on the floor. Owen stared. He's okay, I said quickly. He's okay. That wasn't entirely true, but it was close enough for now. Sirens cut through the rain then, distant at first, then closer, growing louder in that steady, undeniable way that tells you something official is about to take over. Rick exhaled a long, shaky breath. They're here. The boy flinched at the sound. It's okay, I said, softer now. Police. They're here to help, he nodded, but his eyes didn't relax. We didn't move him much after that. Rick grabbed a blanket from the laundry shelf and draped it over his shoulders. I found a bottle of water and held it while he drank in small, careful sips, like his body wasn't sure what to do with it anymore. Upstairs, the front door opened. Voices, firm, controlled, trained to cut through chaos. Police. Is everyone safe? In here, my mother called, her voice breaking on the last word. The house filled quickly after that. 2 officers came down the basement stairs first, hands near their belts, but not drawn. They took in the scene in a glance. The broken floor, the boy, the tools, us. Step back, one said gently but firmly. We did. Questions started immediately. Names, who called? What happened? I answered what I could, my words tripping over each other, skipping pieces, circling back. The other officer radioed something up to the units outside. Suspect is in custody. A voice crackled faintly from above. I felt something in my chest loosen just a fraction. Paramedics arrived a minute later. They moved with practiced speed, checking the boy first, then asking about injuries. I pointed upstairs without thinking. There's another, he's been stabbed. They split, one heading up immediately, the other staying to assess the boy. Can you tell me your name? She asked him. "Evan," he said, voice thin. "Evan, I'm going to check you over, okay?" He nodded. I backed up the stairs on legs that didn't feel entirely connected to me anymore. The living room was a blur of movement, kids huddled together. Some crying, some staring in stunned silence. My aunt trying to keep them occupied with paper towels and cups of water, like that could patch over any of this. Outside, the rain had slowed to a steady drizzle. The second clown lay face down in the grass, hands cuffed behind his back, one leg bent at an unnatural angle where Rick had struck him. An officer knelt beside him, checking his pulse, while another stood watch, scanning the perimeter like more of them might appear. Russ was on the driveway. They moved him onto a stretcher, rain dripping off the edges of the canvas. One of the paramedics was pressing gauze into his side, while the other worked at securing an IV. His face was a mess of smeared paint and blood, the careful lines from earlier completely gone. I went to him without thinking. "Hey," I said. His eyes flicked toward me, still alert, somehow. "You look worse," he said, his voice faint but still carrying that dry edge. I let out a breath that almost felt like a laugh. "You're not in a position to critique." "Fair." The paramedic glanced at me. "Ma'am, we need a little space." "Just a second," I said then to Russ. "You knew." Didn't pretend not to understand. I knew something was off. "That's not what I mean." His gaze shifted, not quite meeting mine. The call was weird, the voice wrong kind of calm. No details about payment, no follow-up. And the gate thing, the gate. He nodded slightly. "People don't tell you how to enter their property unless they don't want you seen." I thought of the voicemail. "Just come to the side gate. It'll be open." "I should have left," he said. "You didn't." He looked past me toward the house, toward the basement where Evan lay, toward the yard where Owen and the other kids were being herded into someone's minivan, parents arriving now in a slow, horrified stream of calls and headlights. "No," he said, "I didn't." They lifted the stretcher then, cutting the conversation short. He winced as they moved him, a tight sound slipping out before he bit it back. "Hey," I said again. He looked at me. "Stay," I said, realizing too late how it sounded. A small, crooked version of a smile under the ruined paint. Trying. They loaded him into the ambulance. The doors shut with a dull, final thud. The next few hours blurred. Statements. Race statements. Officers moving through the house with gloves and cameras, documenting everything with a quiet efficiency that made it feel less like our home and more like a scene already finished. Evan was taken to the hospital, along with Russ. We learned his last name, Hale, when the paramedics asked for it. The second clown, his name turned out to be Daniel Mercer, 34, was taken away in cuffs, still cursing, still insisting we'd ruined something that was already set. They found things in the trunk of Russ's car. Not his, as it turned out. Mercer had gotten to it first, opened it while Russ was distracted at the party. Inside were rope, duct tape, a change of clothes, and a set of license plates that didn't match the car. That detail sat with me longer than it should have. Inside the house, they found more. In the basement, beneath the section of floor we'd broken open, there was a narrow crawl space that didn't appear on any of the house's original plans. It ran along the back wall, just wide enough for a person to lie in. Recently modified, the officer said. Recent enough that the concrete patch hadn't fully settled. No one in my family had known it was there. They also took the old phone, bagged it, tagged it, promised they'd look into how it had been used. Could have been taken at some point, one detective said. Used, returned. When? My mother asked. We've been here all day. He didn't answer that directly, just wrote something down. By the time the last patrol car pulled away, it was dark. The rain had stopped completely. The yard was quiet again, the banner sagging between its poles. The bounce house deflated into a dull heap near the garage. Owen sat on the living room couch, wrapped in a blanket that wasn't his, staring at nothing. Every so often, he'd look up like he was about to ask a question, then decide against it. My mother moved through the house like she was checking for something she couldn't name. Opening doors, closing them, picking up objects, and putting them down again in slightly different places. Rick sat at the kitchen table with a glass of water he hadn't touched in 20 minutes, staring at his hands. Lee dozed in a chair, her arm finally bandaged properly, her face slack with exhaustion. I stood at the sink and washed my hands again and again. The water ran pink at first, then clear, then just water. But I kept scrubbing at the base of my thumb where the staple had torn me, at the creases of my palms where Russ's blood had dried, at the spaces under my nails where mud had packed in. It felt like if I stopped, something would still be there. Hey, my mother said softly behind me. I turned off the tap. She looked smaller than she had that morning. Not physically, just diminished, like some part of her had been used up. They said you did the right thing, she said. Did they? Yes, I leaned back against the counter. It didn't feel like it, she nodded. It never does. We stood there for a moment, the refrigerator humming between us, the house settling into a version of quiet that wasn't peaceful, just emptied. Do you remember calling him? I asked. Her eyes flicked to mine. No, not even a little. No, I believed her. That didn't help. Later, after Owen had finally fallen asleep on the couch and Rick had carried him upstairs, after Lee had been settled in the guest room and Aunt Kelly had left with promises to come back in the morning, I walked through the house one more time, not checking, just mapping it again, relearning it, living room, kitchen, hallway, the basement door. I stood there for a long time looking at it. Then I opened it. Air was still cooler down there, still carrying that faint, wrong smell even after everything had been aired out. The broken section of floor was covered now with a temporary board the officers had laid across it, marked with bright tape. I didn't go all the way down. I didn't need to. I could still hear it if I wanted to, not the pounding. That was over, but the idea of it, the memory of something alive, trapped just beneath our feet while we set up balloons and tied ribbons and argued about cake. I closed the door. Upstairs, my phone buzzed on the counter. A message, unknown number. For a second, I just stared at it. Then I picked it up. No text, just a missed call. Time stamped 11:12 a.m. The same time as the one on my mother's old phone. I didn't open it. I set the phone down carefully, like it might break something if I moved too fast. Outside, somewhere down the block, a car drove past, tires hissing on wet pavement. Everything looked ordinary again. Mostly. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is, we used to play in the storm drains until we heard the singing. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing that made us stop was the shoe. Not a whole shoe, just the toe of one, wedged in the iron grating where the storm runoff emptied into the concrete tunnel, rocking a little each time the thin stream of summer water pushed at it. White rubber gone gray, a strip of red canvas, child-sized maybe, or small adult, hard to tell with the mud caked around it. "Did that come from in there?" Evan asked. He said it quietly, which was wrong for him. Evan was the kind of boy who usually spoke like he expected the world to make room. We were crouched in the drainage ditch behind the chain link fence at the edge of Miller Park in Columbus, Ohio. The four of us half hidden by waist-high weeds and the broad leaves of burdock plants. It was late August, hot enough that the concrete still breathed out the day's heat, even though the sun had dropped behind the rows of split-level houses west of Carl Road. The runoff channel smelled like wet pennies and cut grass, and something older underneath that, the stale mineral odor storm drains always had, like rainwater got down there and forgot how to be clean. I was 14 that summer. My name is Lee Mercer, and at the time, I thought I knew the difference between danger and stories people told themselves about danger. That seems important now, because I was wrong in a very ordinary way. No one had told us not to come here exactly. Adults said broad things. Be home before dark. Don't go near the creek after rain. Stay out of construction sites. Don't mess around in drainage tunnels. Their warnings blurred together into background noise, which is what warnings do when nothing bad has happened to you yet. Mia saw the shoe and went, "That's gross," but she leaned in closer when she said it. Mia Alvarez was 13, small and quick, and always moving like she was late to something. She had a habit of talking big whenever she was nervous, joking first, so she didn't have to be the first one to admit anything scared her. She was wearing cut-off shorts and her older brother's Buckeyes t-shirt, and one of her hoop earrings kept catching the last of the light when she turned her head. Tyler, who was behind us on the slope, slid down on his sneakers and landed badly, catching himself with one hand in the dirt. "It's just trash," he said, brushing off his palm. "Rain washes all kinds of stuff in." Tyler Boone was 15, the oldest of us, long-limbed and careful in a way that made adults trust him. He was the kind of kid who remembered to bring a flashlight and a pocket knife and extra batteries, not because he was brave, but because he hated being unprepared. His private problem, though I didn't have a name for it then, was that he could be pushed into almost anything if the alternative was looking scared in front of the rest of us. Evan reached with a stick and poked at the shoe. The rubber toe bumped the grating, then slipped free and vanished through the bars into the culvert with a soft scrape. We all watched the darkness beyond the grate like something might react. Nothing did. A mosquito whined near my ear. Somewhere beyond the fence, on the baseball diamond, a dad shouted for somebody named Connor to keep his elbow up. A car passed on the street with its bass turned high enough to make the metal fence tick faintly in sympathy. "See," Tyler said too fast. "Trash." "It looked tied," Mia said. "It was not tied. It had laces." "All shoes have laces. Not sandals, genius," Evan snorted. He was 14 too, a month older than me, broad-shouldered for his age and always half grimy, like he'd rolled under a car or climbed through a hedge on the way over. He lived 2 streets down from me. People thought he was fearless because he climbed things and jumped things and laughed when he got hurt. Really, he just hated being at his house in the summer when his mom's boyfriend was around, and outside gave him somewhere else to put the feeling. He could turn any bad idea into a dare in about 3 seconds. "We going in or not?" he asked. That was our normal. The 4 of us had been messing around in the drains since June, entering where the channels widened enough to walk, following them under roads and retention ponds and the backs of neighborhoods to see where they came out. It felt secret without being hidden, which is catnip when you're 14. We told ourselves we were explorers. In reality, we were kids in a Midwest suburb poking at the ugly, uncurated parts of the map. This entrance was our favorite because the ditch ran shallow for 20 feet before narrowing under the road into a round concrete pipe big enough to walk hunched over. Inside, the tunnel walls were striped with old watermarks, and threads of roots poked through hairline cracks overhead. Sometimes there were frogs. Once we found an old shopping cart twisted sideways where floodwater had jammed it against a bend. We had rules, Tyler's rules, which we made fun of and followed anyway. Never after heavy rain. Never alone. Always tell somebody you're going to the park, even if you don't mention the drains. Bring 2 flashlights. If the water gets above your ankles, you turn around. If you hear traffic directly overhead, don't shout, because sound carried weird in there. And once a guy walking his dog had heard us and called down, asking if someone was hurt. The shoe should probably have counted as one more rule if we'd been smarter. Found object with no obvious explanation, go home. But normalcy is elastic at that age. It stretches to fit whatever you want to keep doing. Tyler pulled the small mag light from his cargo pocket and clicked it on. The beam hit the grate, the algae-slick concrete, the trickle of water sliding under the bars. Mia looked at me. "You coming, Lee?" I shrugged like it didn't matter. That was my thing then. I worked hard to look unworried. My private flaw was simpler than theirs and probably uglier. I wanted to be thought of as easy game, not the nervous girl who ruined things. My dad had started calling me cautious after my panic attack in 7th grade at COSI, when I got trapped in a crowded stairwell during a field trip and couldn't get air in right. He didn't mean it cruelly, but it got under my skin. Cautious sounded like small. So after that, I got very good at pretending. "Yeah," I said, "unless the haunted baby sneaker scared everyone off." Evan grinned. There she is. Unhooked the loose section of fence where somebody, maybe older kids years ago, had cut the ties and bent it back enough to squeeze through. One by one, we ducked into the runoff ditch. The concrete sloped slick under our shoes. Gnats swarmed over the thin water. Up close, the tunnel mouth breathed cooler air onto our shins, and it smelled like mud and damp stone, and the faint, sour trace of something organic rotting far away where we couldn't see it. Tyler went first with the flashlight, Mia behind him, me after her. Evan last, because he said if somebody slipped, he'd catch them, though mostly I think he liked bringing up the rear and making spooky noises. The light swallowed us by degrees. Outside sounds fell off fast in those drains. It always struck me how quickly a park full of people could turn into drips and echoes, and the scrape of your own rubber soles. The round pipe curved just enough that within 15 steps the rectangle of evening behind us looked smaller than it should have, more like a TV screen left on in another room than an actual exit. Water spread in a skin over the channel bottom, not even ankle deep, clear enough to see bottle caps and black grit, and a drowned sycamore leaf lying flat. Our footsteps made hollow slaps. Tyler's flashlight beam bounced ahead, exposing one section of wall at a time. Mineral streaks, old graffiti, a rusted bolt, the silver flick of a spider web. Mia dragged her fingers along the tunnel wall. "It's cooler today." "No kidding," Evan said behind us. "You're underground." "I mean weird cooler." Tyler half turned. "Stop touching stuff." "She's going to lick the wall next," I said. $5 and I'll do it." "You'd do it for free," Evan said. She laughed, and the sound went up the pipe and came back thinner. That was the calm part, I think. The ordinary part. We were stupid and relaxed and full of the pleasant mean humor kids use on people they trust. After 50 yards, the pipe widened into a junction box where another branch fed in from the left. The ceiling rose high enough for us to stand straight. A metal ladder bolted into one wall ran up to a round maintenance cover overhead. The beam from Tyler's light caught damp rungs and the pale, chalky bloom of mineral deposits around the bolts. "This one smells different," Mia said. She was right. The air here carried something new under the wet concrete smell. Laundry detergent, maybe. Artificial floral. Very faint. But once I noticed it, I could not notice it. "Probably from somebody's runoff," Tyler said. "From their what, enchanted washing machine?" Evan asked. Tyler ignored him. He swept the light left, then right. "Which branch?" We usually went right. Right took you under the service road and eventually out near the retention basin behind the pharmacy. Left was narrower and lower, and we'd only done it once because we'd had to crouch for long stretches. Evan said, "Left. Why?" "Because we always go right." "That's not a reason." "It is literally the only reason we need." Mia looked at the darker opening to the left. "I kind of want to see where it comes out." Tyler gave me a look like maybe I'd back him. Maybe because I usually did when he was being sensible. But the truth was I wanted left too, and not because I was curious. Because once Evan said it, turning him down would feel like admitting something to myself. "Could be quick," I said. Tyler exhaled through his nose. "Fine, 10 minutes, then back." He clicked off the flashlight for a second to save battery while he adjusted his grip. And in that instant, the dark landed on us all at once, whole and complete. No moonlight. No spill from a distant street lamp. Just black with the faint sound of water moving through concrete. Then, from somewhere down the left branch, we heard somebody singing. It was soft enough at first that I honestly thought it was a trick of the acoustics. A woman's voice, maybe. Or a teenage girl, thin and breathy, not operatic or creepy in any deliberate way. Just a person singing without much energy, like to themselves while doing dishes. No words I could make out. Just a melody, rising and falling. Tyler snapped the flashlight back on. The beam shook. "What the hell?" Evan said, but he said it with a grin already starting, because his first instinct was always to make the strange manageable by acting like it was funny. Mia's hand found my wrist and squeezed hard enough that her nails pressed into my skin. We listened. The voice drifted in and out, broken by the tunnel's shape and the water noise. It could have been coming from very far away. It could have been closer than it sounded. That was the worst thing about the drains. Noise didn't travel honestly. A cough around a bend could seem right behind you. Your own voice came back from odd angles. Probably from a street above us, Tyler said. Underground, Mia asked. Sound carries through the grates. There aren't any grates between here and there are manholes. It sounds inside, I said before I meant to. Everyone looked at me. I wished I could take it back, because saying it gave the feeling shape. Evan stepped past us into the left branch. Only one way to find out. Tyler caught the back of his t-shirt. Don't. Why? Somebody's down here. Exactly. Evan shrugged him off. Could be kids. Could be a homeless person, Mia said quietly. That landed. Not because we were cruel, but because kids know enough to understand categories of risk before they understand people. A person living in the drains became, in our minds, not sad or complicated, but unpredictable. Dangerous by default. The singing stopped, just like that, mid-phrase or maybe at the end of one, hard to tell. The absence of it made the junction feel suddenly larger and emptier. Water ticking off concrete, our breathing. Somewhere above us, very faintly, a truck passing over a street we couldn't see. Hello, Evan called. Tyler swore under his breath. Don't do that. His voice went down the left branch and came back in pieces. Hello, low, low. Nothing answered. Mia let go of my wrist. Let's go. I wanted to agree. I could feel my heart punching too high in my chest, that old crowded stairwell feeling trying to unspool inside me. The air seemed thinner even though it was. But right on top of that was another feeling, equally strong and much more embarrassing. If we left now, then this would become one of those stories other people got to tell about the time they almost discovered something. Evan tilted his head, listening. Could have been a radio. Who brings a radio in here? Tyler asked. A weirdo. A person who doesn't want to be bothered, Mia said. Which means we should go. She was right. Even then, I knew she was right. The grown-up answer was obvious. Back out. Tell somebody if it still bothered us. Maybe mention it to a parks worker or a parent. But kids almost never pick the grown-up answer when the smaller, dumber choice still leaves room for adventure. Tyler shone the light down the left tunnel again. The beam reached maybe 20 feet before the branch dipped and curved. On the damp concrete at the edge of the water channel were shoe prints, fresh enough to look dark. Not ours. I saw Tyler see them. He didn't say anything, but I knew by the way the light paused. Evan saw it too. There. Everybody leaves footprints in mud, Tyler said. That is literally a footprint. Mia took one step backward. Her shoe scraped. The sound made me jump more than it should have. Then, very faintly, from somewhere ahead, the singing started again. Same voice. Same wavering little tune. Closer this time, or maybe only clearer. Beneath it, just barely, another sound. Metal tapping metal in an uneven rhythm. Not deliberate. More like something light knocking as it moved. Tink, tink, tink. No one made a joke. Tyler lowered the flashlight a little. We are leaving, he said. Evan didn't move. And I knew, before he even spoke, what the choice was going to be. Not the big choice, not the one that ruins things. Just the first little one, the one that still feels reversible when you make it. We could turn around and climb back out into the warm, ordinary evening where dads were calling to their kids from the baseball field and mosquitoes hovered over the ditch, and whatever was singing in the drain stayed unknown. Or we could go a little farther, just enough to see the bend, just enough to prove it was explainable. Evan looked back at us with that bright, reckless expression he wore when he was already half committed. 30 seconds, he said. We look, and then we go. Tyler's jaw tightened. Mia whispered, Lee. The singing carried on ahead of us, thin and human, and completely out of place. And before any of us answered, Tyler raised the flashlight again, pointing it into the left-hand tunnel as if the beam itself were waiting for permission. Tyler didn't say yes. He just stepped forward. That was the problem with him. He could talk himself into something if he framed it like a plan instead of a dare. He raised the flashlight and moved into the left branch, slow, controlled, like he was demonstrating how to do it safely. Evan followed immediately, because of course he did. Mia hesitated a second longer, then slipped in behind them. I stood at the junction, the smell of detergent faint in my nose, listening to the singing drift and fade and come back again like someone pacing. "Lee," Mia whispered. I went. The left tunnel dropped lower within 10 feet. We had to hunch. The ceiling brushed the top of Evan's head, and he swore under his breath, rubbing at his hair. The walls narrowed too, the curve tighter, so Tyler's flashlight filled the whole space instead of bouncing around. It made everything feel closer than it should have been. Water thinned to trickle. Mud thickened along the edges. The singing got clearer. Not louder exactly, just less broken up by echoes. I could pick out pieces of a melody now, something repetitive, almost like a lullaby. Still no words. Or maybe there were words, and they were just too soft to catch. Tink. A pause, tink. "That's not a radio," Evan said quietly. "No," Tyler said, "it's not." Mia's voice was right behind me. "We shouldn't be here." 30 seconds, Evan repeated, softer now. Tyler didn't correct him this time. The footprints in the mud sharpened as we went. Bare tread, not boots. Sneakers, maybe. Small-ish, but not a little kid. They overlapped in places, like whoever made them had gone back and forth. "Somebody's living down here," Mia said. "People do that," Tyler said. "In bigger systems. This isn't big. It connects to bigger. Tink, tink." The metal sound was coming more regularly now. Not rhythmic, not like someone keeping time. Just intermittent, like something lightly striking concrete or pipe as it moved. We rounded the slight bend. Tyler's light hit something metallic ahead and flared. For a second, I thought it was a wall, because the beam reflected hard and flat. The shape resolved into a shopping cart turned sideways, jammed diagonally across the tunnel. Not the twisted one we'd seen in the right branch weeks ago. This one was intact, newer. Its wire frame caught the light in a grid, casting square shadows that crawled over the curved concrete. Clothes were draped over it. Not neatly, just hung. A damp t-shirt, a pair of jeans, something that might have been a towel. All of it dark with moisture and streaked with that same pale, chalky residue we'd seen near the ladder. The singing stopped again. This time it cut off so clean it felt like a switch. Tyler froze. "Hello," he called, his voice tighter than before. "Hey, hello." The word bounced off the cart and came back in pieces. Nothing answered, but the metallic tapping didn't stop. Tink, tink, tink. It was coming from the other side of the cart. Evan took one step closer. "Don't," Tyler said. Evan didn't stop. He reached the cart and grabbed one of the wires with his left hand, steadying himself as he leaned to look through the gaps. "Can't see," he started. The cart rattled just a little. A quick vibration that ran through the metal and into Evan's hand. He jerked back. "What?" Mia whispered. "I didn't." Evan shook his head. "Something hit it. From the other side?" I asked. "Yeah, tink. Louder now. Close." Tyler angled the flashlight through the grid. The beam slipped between wires, hit the curved wall beyond, and slid down to the ground. For a second, there was nothing. Then something moved out of the light. Not fast, just enough that it registered as motion instead of a trick. A hand, pale in the beam, fingers curled inward like it was shielding its eyes. It hovered just at the edge of the light, not quite coming into it. Mia made a small sound in her throat. Tyler didn't move the flashlight. "Hey," he said, voice steady in a way that felt forced. "We're not going to hurt you. Are you okay?" The hand twitched. Then it withdrew. We all leaned forward a fraction without meaning to, like we were tied together. "Did you see that?" Evan whispered. "Yes," I said. "Yeah," Mia said. "Yeah," Tyler said. No one laughed. There was a long second where nothing happened. Then the singing started again. Right there, just on the other side of the cart. Not drifting now. Not distant. Close enough that I could hear the breath between notes, the slight rasp in the throat. It sounded wrong at that distance, too loud for the space, like it should have come with words or intent. And instead it was just there, tink. The metal noise came again, and this time we saw it. A length of thin chain hung from the cart's handle on the far side, looped once and trailing down. Someone was tapping it lightly against the frame as they sang. "Jesus," Evan said under his breath. "Okay," Tyler said too quickly. "Okay, we're leaving." "Wait," Evan said. "Now." "Wait, Tyler." "We're not." "What if they're hurt?" Mia snapped. "What if they're not?" The singing wavered, like the person had heard the change in our voices. Tyler swallowed. I could see the movement of his throat in the flashlight's spill. This was his line, I realized. The point where being the responsible one stopped being easy. "We can't help from here," he said. "We don't know what's going on, so we just walk away." Evan said, "Yes." Evan shook his head. No, that's messed up." Mia said, "Evan, what if it's like someone stuck?" Or, he gestured uselessly. "We can at least ask." "We did ask," Tyler said. "They didn't answer. They're singing." "That is not answering." The chain tapped again. Tink, tink. The hand came back. This time it gripped the wire of the cart from the other side, fingers wrapping through the grid opposite Evan's. The skin looked damp. There was dirt under the nails. The singing didn't stop. "Hey," Evan said, softer now. "Can you talk?" No response. Just the melody looping. Mia's voice went thin. "I don't like this." Neither did I. There was something wrong with the way the person was interacting or not interacting with us. Close enough to touch the same object, hearing us clearly, and still not speaking. It wasn't fear exactly. It was misalignment, like we were on slightly different tracks. Tyler made a decision. "Back up," he said, "all of you." Evan didn't move. Tyler grabbed his shoulder. "Back up." "Give me 10 seconds, Evan said. "Just no, Tyler, now." Evan yanked his arm free. The cart rattled again, louder this time. The chain swung and struck the frame with a sharper clang. The singing broke, not stopped, broke. The note fractured into something jagged, almost like a gasp dragged into sound. The hand tightened on the wire, and from somewhere beyond it, deeper in the tunnel, another sound came. A voice, not singing. "Don't," it said, clear. Adult. Male. All of us froze. First voice, the singing one, went quiet immediately, like a switch flipped. The hand disappeared again. Tyler's light jerked toward the gap beside the cart, trying to find the source. "Who's there?" he said. No answer. Then, quieter, closer to the ground, the same male voice, "Go back." Evan leaned forward, peering through the wires. "We just go back," the voice repeated, sharper now. "Water's coming." It took a second for that to land. "Water," Mia said. "What do you mean?" Tyler asked. There was a pause. Then from far behind us, faint but distinct, came a new sound. Not singing, not tapping, a rush. Low at first, like wind in a long corridor. then building, filling the tunnel behind us with a steady, rising roar. Tyler's head snapped around. He swung the flashlight back the way we'd come. "Shit," he said. "Is that?" I started. "Rain," he said, "upstream." "But it hasn't rained," Mia said. "It doesn't have to here," Tyler said. "It can be miles away." The rush grew louder. Evan turned back to the cart. "How much water?" No answer. "Hey," Evan shouted. "How much?" "Go," the voice said, not shouting, just flat. Tyler didn't argue this time. "Move," he said. We moved fast. The tunnel that had felt tight before now felt like it was closing. Our footsteps slapped louder. The air seemed to push at us as the sound of water swelled behind, a hollow, echoing surge that filled every curve of the pipe. Mia grabbed my shirt as we ran, not letting go. I didn't shake her off. "Faster," Tyler said. "I am going fast," she snapped. We hit the bend. The junction box ahead glowed faintly where the wider space caught Tyler's beam. The roar grew. There was a new note under it now, debris rattling maybe, or water striking metal somewhere further back. "Don't slip," Tyler said. "Helpful," Evan said. We burst into the junction, straightened just enough to run without crouching, then angled toward the right-hand tunnel the way out. "Wait," Evan said. Tyler didn't slow. "No." "What about them?" "What about us?" Tyler shot back. The roar was loud now, not hypothetical, not distant, real. Evan hesitated. Just for a second, it was enough. Tyler grabbed him by the back of the shirt and shoved him forward. "Move." We hit the right tunnel and sprinted. The water underfoot thickened slightly, rippling now instead of lying flat. The sound behind us filled the pipe, swallowing our voices, so we had to shout. "How far?" Mia yelled. 50 yards, Tyler yelled back. "Maybe less. Maybe. Just run." My chest tightened, not just from running. The tunnel felt smaller. The light from the entrance, our rectangle of evening, looked farther away than it had before. I could hear my own breathing too loud in my ears, sharp and uneven, that old feeling creeping in like it had been waiting for an excuse. "Not now," I told myself. "Not here, Lee," Mia said, hearing it in my breath. "I'm fine," I said I was. The roar surged. Cold water licked at my ankles. Then higher. We were too slow. "Go," Tyler shouted again. The rectangle of light grew. We were going to make it. We were something slammed into the back of my calf. Hard, I stumbled, went down on one knee, hands slapping into the water. "Lee," Mia yelled. I twisted, heart jumping into my throat. A branch. No, a piece of wood. A broken plank or something like it, shoved forward by the rising water. It wedged for a second against my leg, then tore free and shot past me. The water surged higher. Up. Tyler grabbed my arm, hauling me back to my feet. Up. We ran the last stretch almost blind, the light ahead flaring too bright after the dark. We hit the sloped concrete, scrambled, shoes slipping, hands grabbing at rough edges. Evan reached the fence first, yanked it open wider. Mia went through. Then me. Then Tyler. We spilled out into the ditch, gasping. Behind us, the water roared out of the pipe, brown and fast, carrying leaves and trash and the broken plank that had hit me. It surged through the grate where the shoe had been and spilled into the channel, rising within seconds. We backed up the slope, breathing hard. For a moment, no one spoke. The park sounded wrong now. Too normal, kids shouting, a dog barking, a car door slamming somewhere. Evan bent over, hands on his knees. Holy, Mia sat down hard in the grass. We almost, Tyler didn't finish anything. He just stared at the tunnel mouth, jaw tight. I looked at the water, then back at him. "Tyler," I said. He didn't answer. "Tyler," he swallowed. "They knew," he said quietly. "Who?" Evan asked. "Them," Tyler said, the voice. They knew it was coming. We all looked at the dark mouth of the drain. The water kept pouring out, steady and relentless. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a smaller, colder thought formed. Not about the flood, about the cart, about the hand, about the fact that someone had been down there with enough time to warn us and hadn't come out. Evan straightened slowly. "And just leave them," he said. Mia looked at him like he was out of his mind. "Are you serious? They're still down there. So are a lot of things right now," she said. "They told us to go." "Yeah," Mia snapped. "So we went." Evan shook his head. "We can call someone." Tyler finally moved, dragging a hand over his face. "Yeah," he said, "we call." "With what?" Mia said. "None of us. I've got my phone," Tyler said, already pulling it from his pocket. He glanced at the screen. No signal. "Of course," Evan muttered. Mia looked up toward the park. "We can run up, near the field." Tyler nodded. "Yeah, he stopped. We all followed his gaze. The water level in the ditch was still rising, fast, not just the outflow from the pipe. The whole channel was filling, the slow trickle turning into a moving sheet that crept up the sloped concrete toward the fence. "Tyler," I said. "I see it," he said. "Is that normal?" Mia asked. "No," he said. Water surged again, higher this time, carrying more debris, plastic bottles, branches, something that might have been part of a crate. Evan looked from the ditch to the tunnel, then back. "How long does this last?" he asked. Tyler shook his head. "Depends on how big the storm is upstream. Could be hours," Mia said. "Could be." We all stood there, breathing hard, staring at the water. Behind us, the park went on being a park. In front of us, the drain we'd just come out of filled like something alive. Evan said very quietly, "They're trapped." No one answered, because we all knew what that meant. And because, without saying it out loud, we all understood the new problem taking shape in front of us, ticking down with the rising water. Evan was already moving before anyone agreed. "Field," he said, pointing past the fence toward the baseball diamond. "Signal'll be better up there." Mia scrambled up from the grass. Go. Tyler hesitated 1 second, just long enough to glance back at the drain mouth, at the brown water shouldering its way out, louder now, carrying a smell that had gone from damp earth to something sour and churned. "They're trapped," Evan said again, like it would stop being true if he didn't keep saying it. "I know," Tyler said, then louder. "We call first. Then we do anything else." We climbed the slope, hands grabbing at weeds and loose dirt, shoes slipping as the water edged higher behind us. The chain link fence rattled as Evan yanked it open wider, and we squeezed through into the park. The grass felt wrong under my feet, too soft after the concrete, too normal. I could still hear the drain roaring behind us, even as the park's noises crept back in. Kids laughing, a whistle from the field, someone's phone playing music from a blanket spread near the benches. "Over there," Mia said, pointing toward the third baseline where the ground rose slightly. We ran. My lungs burned halfway there. Not just from sprinting, my breathing had gone shallow and quick, that tight, controlled panic trying to break loose again. I focused on counting steps, on the feel of my shoes hitting dirt instead of the sound of water. Don't lock up. Tyler slowed near the edge of the field and raised his phone, turning in a slow circle like he could physically catch signal if he moved right. "Anything," Evan said. Tyler shook his head. "1 bar, no, gone. Try again." "I am trying." Mia pulled her own phone from her pocket. "Mine's dead." "Of course it is," Evan said. "Don't start." "I'm not starting, I'm just—" "Stop," I said, sharper than I meant to. They both looked at me. I swallowed, steadied my voice. Just stop talking over each other. The whistle on the field blew again. A coach yelled something about bases. A couple of parents sat in folding chairs not 30 yards away, watching their kids run drills like nothing in the world had shifted. They can't hear it from here, Mia said quietly, glancing back toward the ditch. You can barely hear it now. She was right. The roar had flattened into background noise at this distance, like distant traffic. Tyler held his phone up again. I'm going to try 911. Even if it drops, it might connect long enough. He hit call. We all stood there, watching his face. For a second, nothing. Then, emergency services. What is your? Tyler turned slightly away from the wind. Yeah, hi, we're at Miller Park near Carl Road. There's a storm drain. There are people trapped inside. Water's rising. The line cut. Just like that. Tyler stared at the screen. No, come on, call again. Evan said, I'm trying. Tyler redialed. Come on, nothing. No connection this time. Mia looked back toward the ditch again. We're wasting time. Calling is not wasting time, Tyler said, but there was less certainty in it now. They told us to go, Mia said. They didn't come out. That means they can't. Evan shook his head. Or they won't. Why wouldn't they? She snapped. He didn't answer that because none of us had a good answer. The singing drifted up again. Faint, almost lost in the open air. But it was there. I felt it more than heard it, a thread pulling from the ground. They're still singing, I said. Tyler's eyes flicked to mine. You hear it? Yeah. Mia closed her eyes for a second. Okay. We need to get someone, like physically get someone. The park office, Evan said. There's that little building by the parking lot. Tyler nodded. Yeah, okay. We started toward it, cutting across the edge of the field. A kid chased a foul ball near us, skidding to a stop when he saw our faces. You guys okay? He asked. Fine, Evan said automatically, already moving past him. The small park office sat near the lot, a squat brick building with a single door and a couple of windows. Lights were on inside. We hit the door hard enough that it banged against the stopper. A man in a green polo looked up from behind a desk, startled. He was in his 30s maybe, wearing a lanyard and holding a clipboard. Hey, what? He started. There are people in the storm drain, Tyler said, words tumbling over each other now. The one behind the fence, the runoff ditch, it's flooding. They're stuck. The man blinked. Slow down. What drain? Behind the park, Mia said, pointing. By the weeds. There's a tunnel. I know where it is, he said, standing. But kids aren't supposed to be, please, I said. Just listen. We heard them. There's at least 2 people in there. One told us water was coming. It's already flooding. The man's expression shifted, not full belief, but enough. Okay, he said. Okay, stay here. He grabbed a radio from the desk and stepped outside with us, walking fast toward the edge of the lot where he could see down toward the ditch. From here, the water was obvious. It had spread wider than before, the ditch nearly full now, brown and fast, slamming into the culvert opening and spilling out in a steady surge. Jesus, the man said under his breath. He lifted the radio. Unit 3 to dispatch. I've got potential flooding in the drainage culvert at Miller Park. Possible persons inside requesting fire and rescue, Static answered him. He frowned, adjusted something, tried again. Unit 3 to dispatch. More static. Are you serious? Evan said. Yo's acting up, the man muttered. Probably interference with the weather. What weather? Mia said. It's clear. Storm upstream, Tyler said automatically. The man glanced at him, then back at the ditch. Okay, I'm calling it in from my phone. He pulled his phone out, dialed, turned away slightly. We stood there, watching the water. The singing was gone again. Or maybe we just couldn't hear it over the rush. Evan took a step toward the fence. "Where are you going?" Mia said. "To look," he said. "No, we can't just stand here." "We're not standing here," she said. "We're getting help. They might not get here in time." Evan, he was already moving. Tyler cursed and followed him. I went after them because not going felt worse. Mia hesitated, then came to. Back down the slope. Back through the loose fence. The ditch felt different now, narrower, louder. The water climbing the concrete sides like it was trying to reclaim space. "Careful," Tyler said. "It's slick." Evan edged closer to the culvert, staying just out of the direct flow. He leaned in, trying to see into the tunnel. "Can you see anything?" I asked. He shook his head. "Too dark." Tyler came up beside him, angling the flashlight. The beam cut into the water, caught debris spinning past leaves, a plastic bottle, something cloth that snagged briefly on the grate before tearing free. "No way we're getting back in there," Tyler said. "Not through this," Evan said. Mia grabbed his arm. "Then that's it. We did what we could." Evan didn't look at her. He was staring at the tunnel, jaw tight. "There's another way," he said. Tyler's head snapped toward him. "What?" "The ladder," Evan said. "In the junction." My stomach dropped. "No," Tyler said immediately. "We could come down from the top," Evan said. "Avoid the main flow." "You have no idea what it looks like down there now," Tyler said. "The whole system could be filling. Or it could just be this branch," Evan shot back. "We don't know. Know enough to not go back in. They're down there. And so will we be if we go down that hole." The man from the office jogged back down toward us, phone still in hand. "I've got them coming," he said. "Fire Department S on the way. They said stay clear of the culvert." "How long?" Evan asked. 10, 15 minutes. Evan laughed once, short. "They don't have 10 minutes. "You don't know that," the man said. "I was just in there," Evan said. "It's already, Evan," Tyler said low. "Stop." Evan looked at him, really looked. "This is what you do," Evan said. "You make a plan and then you wait for someone else to fix it. That is not, you said yourself, someone warned us. They knew it was coming. That means they've been dealing with this longer than we have. That doesn't mean they can't get out," Tyler said. "Then why didn't they?" No one answered. The man shifted, uncomfortable. "Look, I get that you're worried, but going back in there is not going to help anyone. You'll just make it worse," Mia finished. Evan exhaled hard. For a second I thought he might actually drop it. Then he said, quieter, "Lee, I didn't want him to use my name like that. Not here, not now." "You heard it," he said, "the singing." "It wasn't normal," Mia flinched. "Don't." "And the hand," he went on. "They didn't talk. Not like Evan," I said. "What if they can't?" he said. "What if something's wrong? Like mentally? Or they're not going to climb a ladder on their own? They're not going to fight the water. They need someone to go get them." The image hit me whether I wanted it to or not. That hand on the wire, the way it had moved without coming into the light, the chain tapping. Mia shook her head. No, we are not doing this. We did our part. We told someone. They're coming," the man said. "They'll have equipment." "And if it's too late," Evan said. Tyler stepped between them. Enough. They stood there, breathing hard. Water surged again higher, slapping at the lower edge of the grate. Tyler looked at the culvert, then at the slope, then up toward the park, where the maintenance cover sat somewhere above the junction we'd been in. I saw it happen in his face. The calculation, the plan. 2 minutes, he said. Mia stared at him. No, 2 minutes, he repeated. We go to the manhole, we look. We don't go down unless it's safe. That is not a real plan, Mia said. It's better than nothing, Evan said immediately. It's worse than nothing, she shot back. Nothing keeps us alive. Tyler's voice dropped. If we can reach them from above, if there's a way to get them up. With what? Mia said. Our hands. With something, he said, though it didn't sound like he believed it fully. The man stepped forward. You are not going down any manhole. Tyler met his eyes. We're not going down, we're just looking. You're kids. We were just down there, Evan said. That doesn't make it better. The man lifted his radio again, like that would settle it. Static crackled. Look, Tyler said, more urgent now. If they're near the junction, we might be able to get them to the ladder. If we wait and the water fills the lower tunnels. You don't know the system, the man said. I know enough, Tyler said. He didn't look at me when he said it, but I felt it anyway. That pull again, that expectation. That if he moved, we'd move. Mia grabbed my arm. We're not doing this. I looked at the ditch, at the water, at the dark mouth of the tunnel, at the place where the singing had been. My chest tightened, not from panic this time, from the feeling of being right at the edge of something where turning back would be easy and going forward would not be. They're not going to make it if we just stand here, Evan said. The man shook his head. Fire will be here any minute, a siren wailed in the distance. Faint, farther than it should have been. We all heard it, all looked up, then back at the ditch. The water surged again, higher, faster. Tyler made the decision. Go, he said, and he turned, already running up the slope toward the park. Evan followed. I went after them. Behind me, Mia swore and came to. The man shouted something, hey, stop, but we didn't stop. We cut across the grass, past the edge of the field, toward the maintenance cover we all knew was there even if we'd never used it. A flat, round plate set into the ground near a stand of trees, half hidden by dirt and leaves. Iron grew a little louder. Not enough. Here, Tyler said, skidding to a stop. The cover was heavier than it looked. A thick iron disc with a small lip on one side. Help me, Tyler said. Evan grabbed the edge. I did too. The metal was hot from the day's sun. On 3, Tyler said. 1, 2, we lifted. It scraped against the concrete with a grinding sound that seemed too loud, too exposed. The smell hit us immediately, stronger here. Not just damp earth, something chemical. Sweet and wrong. God, Mia said, covering her nose. The opening yawned black beneath us. A vertical drop with the ladder bolted to the side, disappearing into darkness. The roar of water came up from below, echoing off the shaft walls. Tyler leaned over, shining the flashlight down. Can you see them? Evan asked. Tyler didn't answer right away. He adjusted the beam, moving it side to side. I can see the junction, he said finally. Water's coming in from the left hard. He swallowed. It's higher than before. How high? I asked. Mid-shin, maybe more. That's not, Mia started, then stopped. We all knew it wouldn't stay there. Do you see them? Evan said. Tyler shook his head. No, call down, Evan said. Tyler hesitated, then, hey, he shouted into the hole. We're up here, by the ladder, can you hear us? His voice dropped into the shaft and came back warped. No answer. Again, Evan said. Tyler tried again, louder. We're at the ladder, climb up if you can. For a second, nothing. Then a shape moved in the light. At the edge of the junction, where the left tunnel fed in, something pale, a hand. It slid into the beam, gripping the wall. The singing started again. Faint, broken by the roar. She's there, I said. She, Mia said. Voice, I said. It's the same, the hand dragged forward. Slow, too slow. Water surged around it. Climb, Evan shouted. Climb up. The hand didn't move toward the ladder. It just held on. The singing wavered. Behind it, deeper in the left tunnel, something shifted. A shadow. For a second, my brain told me it was something huge, something wrong, something coming. Then the light shifted, and it resolved into debris, branches, trash, a piece of fencing being forced forward by the current, piling against the cart we couldn't see from here. Misdirection. My brain catching up to reality. "Come on," Tyler shouted. "You have to move." No response. The hand slipped, caught again. Water surged higher. "She's not going to make it," Mia whispered. Evan looked at Tyler. "We go down." "No," Tyler said, "we go down." "No, she can't climb," Evan said. "You can see that." "And we can't either if that water hits the shaft," Tyler shot back. The roar deepened. A new sound joined it, metal scraping, loud and sudden. The cart. It was giving way. "Tyler," I said. He looked at the water, at the hand, at the ladder, at us. Then he made the choice. "We go down," he said. Mia stared at him. "No. We go down, we get her to the ladder, we get out," he said, fast. "That is not," Mia's voice broke. "That is not safe." "Nothing about this is safe," Evan said. The siren was closer now. Still not close enough. The water surged again, slamming into the junction. The hand lost its grip, slipped, disappeared. The singing cut off mid-note. "No," Evan said. Tyler swung a leg over the edge, grabbing the ladder. "Tyler," Mia shouted. He didn't stop. Evan was right behind him. I stood there for 1 second too long, my body locking, the drop opening under me, the roar filling my head. "Lee," Mia yelled. I moved. Because not moving wasn't an option anymore. Because the point where we could pretend this was just curiosity had already passed. Because the only direction left was down. I swung my leg over and grabbed the ladder. Behind me, Mia swore again, then followed. Above us, the park still looked like a park. Below us, the tunnel filled, and there was no easy way back. The ladder shook under our combined weight. Tyler was below me, Evan below him, Mia above me. The iron rungs were slick with condensation and something chalky that rubbed onto my palms. The smell coming up the shaft was stronger now, sweet, chemical, like detergent left too long in a closed washer, mixed with mud and runoff, and the raw metallic tang of floodwater smashing through concrete. "Slow," Tyler said, though none of us were going slow. His flashlight beam swung below us in jerks, catching the walls of the shaft, the mouth of the junction, the water heaving through it. The tunnel system sounded different from above than it had inside. Less like a place, more like machinery. Water forcing itself through narrow spaces, metal scraping, the dull impacts of debris hitting concrete and each other. When Tyler hit the bottom rung, he stopped. "Water's at my knees," he said. "Can you see her?" Evan asked. Tyler swept the light left. "I see the cart," he said. "It moved." "How much?" "It's twisted sideways now, blocking more." Evan pushed lower. "Move, don't shove me." We dropped the last few feet one at a time into the junction box. The water was shockingly cold. It slammed against my shins hard enough to make me widen my stance. The force of it had changed everything. What had been a tunnel you could map with your body was now unstable. Angry. The water came hard from the left branch, crossed the junction, then spilled toward the right-hand tunnel and the outlet grate where we'd escaped before. Debris spun in the eddies. Sticks, leaves, a plastic gallon jug, a strip of cloth. Tyler turned the light toward the left branch. The shopping cart was still there, but not where it had been. The flood had shoved it crooked so it bit into one wall, while its rear wheels scraped uselessly against the floor. Clothes still hung from it, plastered flat by spray. The chain we'd heard was wound around the handle, and one side bar, then trailed off into the water. And beside the cart, half in the current, one hand braced on the wall, was the singing woman. She was older than I'd expected, not a teenager, maybe late 20s or 30, hard to tell under the dirt and wet hair. She wore a gray t-shirt darkened almost black with water, and a pair of sweatpants with one knee torn open. Her face was pale in Tyler's beam. Her lips moved with the melody, but weakly now, like the singing was something she was doing to keep herself pointed in one direction. Her eyes kept slipping past us. "She's right there," Evan said. No one answered because we could all see that. "Hey," Tyler shouted. "Look at me. You need to come to the ladder." The woman didn't answer. She looked toward the light, then away. Her fingers slid on the wall and caught again. The left branch behind her belched another surge of water, and then we saw why she hadn't made it. The chain wasn't just hanging there. It was looped around her wrist, not tight like handcuffs, not locked, but wrapped 2, maybe 3 times, the free length trailing back to the cart where it had snagged in the wire frame. In lower water, maybe she could have worked it loose. Now the current kept it taut. "Jesus Christ," Mia said above the roar. Evan was already moving. "Wait," Tyler snapped, grabbing his shirt. "She's caught. I see that." The woman's head jerked at the raised voices. She blinked at us. Up close, her eyes looked wrong, not in some horror movie way, just unfocused and overbright. There was a rawness around her nostrils, like she'd been crying or inhaling something harsh. "Hey," Evan yelled at her. "Hey, hold still." That got her attention for one full second, long enough for her to look right at him. Then she started singing louder. Not stronger, just louder. The same tune, if it was even a tune, breaking on her breath. Tyler cursed. Okay. Lee, Mia, stay by the ladder. If one of us goes down, you haul, got it? Tyler, Mia said, don't, got it? Neither of us said yes, which he took as good enough. He shoved the flashlight into my hand. Hold it on her. The beam jittered with my grip. Tyler and Evan pushed into the current together, shoulders lowered. The water hit them mid-thigh now, stronger toward the left branch where it funneled through. Evan slipped on the first step and caught himself on the wall with a slap. Tyler grabbed the back of his shirt and steadied him. Slow, I yelled. Keep the light up, Tyler yelled back. I did. The woman watched the beam, not us, just the beam, her mouth still moving. The chain rattled against the cart with every yank of the current. Tink. There it was again. Not creepy now, just mechanical. A little sound from a stupid piece of metal caught in a flood. Tyler reached the cart first, placed one hand on it, and tested its movement. It shuddered, then held. Stuck good, he said. Evan bent toward the chain around the woman's wrist. We need to unwind it. Can you do it? I can if she stops moving. Ma'am, Tyler shouted. You have to stop pulling. She flinched at the volume. Her free hand came up, covering one ear. Then, from the dark behind the cart, a man's voice said, Don't yell at her. Every muscle in my body locked. Tyler swung his head toward the left branch. Where are you? No answer at first. Just the water. Then a shape shifted behind the cart, low and partly obscured by the twisted wire, and the debris wedged against it. A man crouched there, one shoulder pressed to the wall to keep from being swept sideways. He was maybe 40, maybe older. Wet hair plastered to his skull, beard gone patchy with gray. One side of his face was bruised yellow-purple around the cheekbone. He wore a dark jacket soaked through and clinging to him. Eyes narrowed against the flashlight. It was the warning voice. Had to be. You could have come out, Evan shouted. The man gave him a look like that was too stupid to answer. "She won't climb if you yell," he said. "She thinks loud means bad. Then you tell her," Tyler snapped. "She's tangled." The man shifted closer, and that was when I saw his leg. His right pant leg below the knee was wrapped tight with duct tape and what looked like strips of towel, all of it darkening with water. Not a neat bandage, a desperate one. The leg lay at an angle that seemed wrong when the current pushed against it. He wasn't staying because he wanted to. He was staying because he couldn't leave. "Tyler," I said, and he glanced back, saw where my light had drifted, understood immediately. "Great," he muttered. The man caught that too. "You going to help or talk?" Tyler's face tightened. "Who is she?" The man ignored the question. "Her wrist first, then her, then me, or don't." Water's rising. That at least was honest. Evan was already working at the chain. He got one loop off her wrist, but as soon as the current shifted, the cart jerked and the chain snapped taut again. The woman cried out, not words, just a sharp sound, and started singing harder, voice trembling. "Hold the cart," Evan yelled. Tyler planted both hands against the wire frame and leaned his full weight into it. The cart vibrated under the force of the water, and the debris jammed behind it. I realized what that meant a second later. "Tyler," I yelled, "that's holding stuff back." He looked at me. He knew. Behind the cart, branches and trash and maybe more than that were piled by the current. The cart wasn't just an obstacle. It had become a dam. If it came free all at once, everything behind it would blow into the junction. "We cut the chain," Mia shouted from the ladder. "Use the knife." Tyler looked at Evan. Evan slapped his pockets, swore. "I don't have one." Tyler did. Of course he did. But he'd left it in his shorts pocket when we ran up through the park. And now those shorts were soaking wet and plastered to him. He twisted, yanked the little folding knife free, and tried to flip it open one-handed while still bracing the cart. The blade slipped once before locking open. "Take it," he said. Evan grabbed it and sawed at the chain where it wrapped the cart handle. It was the wrong tool, too small. The chain links were thin, but not that thin, and the current kept jerking his hand. He cut into the cheap metal coating, exposing silver beneath, but not enough. "It's not going." "Then unwind it." "I'm trying." The woman made another choked sound. Her knees buckled. Tyler lunged, catching her under one arm while still half holding the cart. "Light," he shouted. I raised the beam. My hands were shaking so hard the light skimmed off the wall and back. "Lee," Mia said behind me, low and urgent. "Breathe." I hadn't realized I'd stopped. The shaft above us looked very far away. Not now, I told myself. Not here. Evan got a second loop off. The chain fell slack for a heartbeat. Then the woman twisted suddenly, maybe trying to pull away from him, and the loose end slid under the cart frame and snagged again. "No," Evan shouted. The current surged higher, slamming against all three of them. The man behind the cart braced and sucked in a breath through his teeth. "You have maybe 1 minute before that goes." "What goes?" Mia yelled. The answer came with the sound. A deep groan of metal against concrete. The cart shifted half an inch sideways. Debris packed behind it pressed harder, the pressure visible now in the way branches bent and snapped. Tyler looked back at us. "Get up the ladder," he said. "No," Evan said instantly. "That was not to you." I knew what he meant before Mia did. I turned and shoved the flashlight at her. "Hold this." "What are you doing?" "The ladder." "I know where the ladder is." "No, brace it. If it hits," she understood then. If the cart blew, debris would shoot into the junction. The ladder shaft was the only vertical escape, And if something rammed the bottom hard enough while we were still all down here, go, I yelled. Mia scrambled 2 rungs up, twisting to keep the flashlight aimed down. I got 1 foot on the lowest rung, 1 hand on the side rail, ready to haul whoever made it back first. Evan finally got the chain free from the cart. Got it, but not from her wrist. 1 loop still held. Freed length whipped in the current like a live thing and wrapped around Tyler's shin. He swore and kicked it loose. The woman sagged. Move, Tyler shouted at her. She didn't. Her face had gone blank in a way that scared me more than the singing had. Not unconscious, just gone somewhere we couldn't reach. The man behind the cart shouted something at her then, a name maybe, or maybe just a noise he'd used before to get her attention. She blinked, looked toward him. That worked. For the first time, she stopped singing. What did you say? Evan yelled. The man ignored him and said it again, sharper. She took 1 step, then another. Tyler and Evan practically dragged her toward the junction, fighting the current. The loose chain snaked after them from her wrist. Come on, I shouted. The cart groaned again. The man behind it looked at Tyler. Leave it. Tyler hesitated. The whole story of him was in that hesitation. Rules, planning, the reflex to account for everyone, everything. The belief that if you just thought hard enough you could do this without choosing who got left behind. Leave it, the man yelled. Tyler shoved the woman toward us. Evan caught her and nearly went down with her weight. Take her, I dropped off the rung, splashing forward just enough to grab the woman's other arm. Up close, she smelled like mud, sweat, and that same sweet detergent stink. Her skin was icy. Climb, I said, louder than I meant to. Climb, now. She stared at me, then at the ladder, then somewhere above it, as if she were trying to remember what ladders were for. Mia shoved the flashlight into the crook of 1 arm and reached down with her free hand. Take it. The woman lifted 1 foot, missed the rung, hit it on the 2nd try. Behind us, Evan was yelling at Tyler. Come on, come on. Tyler had not come back. He turned toward the man behind the cart. Tyler, I screamed. I know, he shouted back. The man looked furious. Don't be stupid. Tyler pushed back into the current anyway. Of course he did. Because at the exact point where caution should have won, his flaw took over. If there was a plan that saved everyone, he had to try it, even when the trying was the stupidest part. The man slapped a hand against the wall hard. My leg is broken. I see that. You won't get me out before it goes. Then help me make sure. Evan started toward them and I yelled, no. Woman lost her grip on the ladder rung and slid back into me. The chain on her wrist clinked. I wrapped 1 arm around her waist and physically shoved her upward. Climb. She made a small animal sound and grabbed the rail with both hands. That was enough. Mia hauled from above, I pushed from below, and the woman began moving, clumsy and slow, but moving. A fresh surge hit the junction. Water rose from knee to nearly thigh in 1 ugly instant. The cart screamed against the concrete. Then it gave. Not all at once. First, 1 wheel tore free and shot sideways. Then the whole frame buckled inward as the debris load behind it punched through. Branches, bottles, tangled trash, a broken pallet slat, clotted weeds, all of it exploded into the junction in a brown wall. Tyler. Evan yelled, he lunged. Something hit him in the shoulder, a branch maybe, and spun him half around. He went under to the chest, came up coughing. The man behind the cart vanished completely. Tyler caught 1 side of the collapsing frame with both hands, as if he could hold back the flood by force. It lasted maybe half a second, long enough for me to see the look on his face, not heroic, not noble, just shocked at how strong the water really was. Then the cart ripped free, slamming into him and taking him off his feet. Everything compressed into noise after that. Evan grabbing for Tyler's shirt and missing, me shoving the woman higher, while Mia screamed down the shaft for her to keep climbing. Tyler surfacing once in the foam and debris, one hand hitting the ladder rail so hard the sound rang through the shaft. "Grab him," Mia yelled. I let go of the woman with one hand and caught Tyler's wrist. The force nearly tore my shoulder out. He was heavier in water than I would have thought possible, because it wasn't just him. It was the current trying to keep him. Debris hit my legs. Something sharp scraped my calf. Tyler's fingers slipped once, then clamped harder. Evan got hold of the back of Tyler's shirt. "Pull," he shouted. We pulled. For one awful second, Tyler did not move at all. Then whatever had snagged him gave way. He slammed into the ladder, chest first, making a sound like all the air went out of him. Evan shoved him upward from below, and Tyler climbed with a kind of blind, automatic desperation, not even looking where his feet landed. "Evan," I yelled. "I'm coming," but he wasn't yet. The debris was still pouring through. Water now hit the bottom of the shaft in violent bursts, sloshing up around our knees and dropping. I couldn't see the man anywhere, couldn't even tell if there was still a left branch beyond the mass of moving junk and muddy water. Then the male voice came once, from somewhere under the roar. "Go, not close, not reachable, just there, one last time." Evan heard it too. I knew because he froze, head turning toward the sound. And he made the choice for real. He grabbed the ladder. We climbed. No grace left in it, no order, just scrambling, slipping, elbows and knees, and wet shoes on iron. The woman above me moved too slowly, and I wanted to scream, but Mia kept hauling her by the back of the shirt. Tyler was above them, breathing in ragged barks. Evan below me close enough that every time the ladder shook, I felt him hit the rungs. Something heavy smashed into the shaft wall beneath us. Then another impact. I didn't look down. A hand hit my ankle once, Evan steadying himself, nothing more, and I almost kicked free out of reflex. Then daylight, dusk light really, but after the shaft it was blinding. Mia rolled out first, dragging the woman half on top of her. Tyler came up next and sprawled face down in the grass, coughing up drain water. I scrambled out on raw knees. Evan came last, hauling himself over the lip with both forearms shaking. "Move the cover," Tyler gasped. We shoved together. The iron plate scraped back across the opening, not fully closed, but enough to narrow it, enough to keep debris from blowing straight out if the water punched higher. Then we all just lay there for maybe 3 seconds, maybe 10. Long enough to breathe, not long enough to recover. The sirens were close now, very close. Through the trees, red light flickered against parked cars. Mia was crying, quietly, furious about it. She kept wiping her face like she was annoyed tears existed. The woman on the grass had started humming again, faintly, eyes half shut. Her wrist was raw where the chain had been. Up close, I could see bruises along both forearms, old and new layered together. Not dramatic movie bruises, finger-sized, real ones. Tyler rolled onto his side and looked at the opening we'd half covered. "Where's the man?" Evan asked. Nobody answered. He pushed himself up on one elbow, eyes wild and red-rimmed. "Where is he?" Tyler shut his eyes. "That's not an answer," Evan said. "I know," Tyler said. The words came out flat, like he had nothing left to put behind them. Firefighters reached us maybe 30 seconds later, though it felt separated from everything before by a whole different life. Boots pounding over grass, radios crackling, questions fired too fast to answer cleanly. How many inside? One more, Evan said immediately. Adult male, Tyler added, voice hoarse. Broken leg. Left branch beyond the junction. Flood came through. A firefighter knelt by the woman, checking her pulse, shining a penlight into her eyes, while another cut the chain free from her wrist with bolt cutters from a rescue bag. The crisp metallic snap of it made me flinch. Any chemicals down there? Someone asked. I don't know, I said. But then one of the firefighters sniffed the air near the woman's shirt and said, detergent or solvent maybe. Maybe from runoff. Maybe from belongings. The smell, the floral sweetness. Nothing supernatural. Just human mess soaked into fabric and closed spaces until it turned strange. They got blankets over us, asked our names, asked if we'd been submerged, asked if we hit our heads. I watched 2 firefighters wrench the manhole fully open and descend with proper gear, helmets and harness lines and radios that worked. That was the part that hurt, weirdly. Seeing the right way to do it after we'd done it wrong. Evan kept trying to sit up, kept asking if they'd found him. A paramedic finally pressed him back down and said, "Stay still, kid," in a tone that was gentle only because it had to be. They loaded the woman onto a stretcher. As they lifted her, she started singing again. Just for a second. Then one of the medics said something soft to her again, probably a name, or maybe just a calm voice done right, and she quieted. Tyler heard that too. His face changed when he did. Not relief, worse than relief. Understanding. He looked at me once, just once, and I knew he'd put it together the same way I had. The song had never been a haunting thing. It had been a coping thing, a way to stay contained, to endure. And we had walked toward it like it was a mystery instead of a person. The firefighter team came back up without the man. Not immediately. They went down, came up, went down again with more equipment, more urgency, then less. Adults get a particular look when a situation stops being rescue and turns into recovery. Even at 14, you can read it. No one said it in front of us for a while. They didn't have to. Evan understood first and got angry in that useless, directionless way grief arrives when it has nowhere decent to land. He shoved a paramedic's hand off him and stood too fast, then nearly fell because his ankle had swollen to the size of a grapefruit inside his shoe. Tyler stayed sitting with his arms around his knees, staring at the grass. Mia answered practical questions in a voice so controlled it sounded older than any of us. I looked at the manhole cover, at the rim of dark around it, at the grass flattened by our bodies and the responders' boots. The conflict was over. The immediate danger had passed. The water would go down eventually. Reports would be filed. Parents would be called. There would be sirens and statements, and maybe our names written down in someone's notebook next to the phrase unauthorized access. But none of that changed the thing that settled into me as dusk finally gave up and the park lights clicked on. We had gotten one person out and left one voice in the drain. By the time my mother got to Riverside Methodist, they'd already cut my jeans off below the knee. Not the whole pair, just the right leg, because my calf had a long scrape across it packed with black grit and whatever had been in that water. The nurse irrigating it kept apologizing before each flush, which I appreciated in theory, and hated in practice. Every squeeze of the syringe felt like she was pouring liquid fire straight into the muscle. "Sorry," she said again. "It's okay," I said, because that's what you say when an adult is hurting you for a good reason. It was close to 10 by then. I knew because there was a wall clock across from the curtained bay, and I had spent the last 20 minutes looking at it instead of looking at anyone else. My mom came in carrying the smell of outside air and panic. Not loud panic, the tight kind. She worked nights at a dental office doing insurance and front desk stuff, and she was still wearing her cardigan with the pen clipped at the collar. Her eyes went straight to my leg, then to the blanket over my shoulders, then to my face like she was checking what percentage of me was still intact. "Oh my God," she said. I said, "I'm okay," too fast. She nodded too many times. I know. That meant she didn't know. They'd put the 4 of us in separate bays after triage, but the curtains didn't do much. I could hear bits of the others if the hallway noise dipped. Mia's mother spoke in short, sharp bursts, English and Spanish switching places whenever she got emotional. Evan was somewhere to my left, still arguing with somebody about his ankle. Tyler hadn't raised his voice once. Not once. That bothered me more than if he had. A police officer came by around 10:15 with a notebook and a face arranged into concern. He was young, maybe late 20s, clean-shaven, with damp patches under his arms from the heat or the vest, or both. He introduced himself as Officer Hensley and asked if I felt up to answering a few questions. My mom looked like she wanted to say no. I said yes before she could. He pulled a plastic chair over and sat carefully, as if sudden movement might break me further. "Start from the park," he said. "Not from when you went in the second time, from the beginning." So I did, or tried to. What you learn very quickly after something bad happens is how messy your own memory sounds out loud. The pieces made sense inside my head because I'd lived them. Outside my head, they sounded stupid. We saw a shoe. We heard singing. We went in. A woman was behind a shopping cart in the tunnel. A man warned us. Water came. We got out. Then we went back in through the manhole. Every time I said one of those things, I could feel how it must sound to an adult writing it down. Officer Hensley didn't roll his eyes or say, "What were you thinking?" But the question lived quietly in the room anyway. When I got to the part about the woman singing, he paused. "She never answered your questions directly." "No, but she was conscious." "Yes. Could she have been intoxicated?" I thought about her eyes, too bright and not quite landing on people. About the sweet detergent smell in the shaft, in the tunnel, on her clothes. About the bruises along her arms. "Maybe," I said, "or scared, or hurt. I don't know." He nodded, wrote something down, moved on. Firefighter who had first gone down the manhole came in later, still in station pants, and a navy t-shirt now, his turnout coat gone. His hair was flattened from his helmet. He wanted to clarify the layout, he said, where exactly the left branch was in relation to the ladder shaft, how far the cart had been from the junction, whether the man had been behind it or beyond it. I answered as well as I could, drew a map on the back of an intake form when he asked. Junction box, shaft overhead, left branch, right branch to the outlet, cart diagonal, man behind it, pressed to the wall. He looked at my sketch for a long second. "That helps," he said. It didn't sound like help. Around 11, after X-rays and cleaning and one tetanus shot, I absolutely did not handle with dignity. They let my mom walk me down the hall to use the restroom. I was limping enough that she kept a hand near my elbow without actually holding me. That hand made me feel 6 years old and 90 at the same time. On the way back, we passed Evans Bay. The curtain was half open. His ankle was wrapped thick and propped on pillows. He had a split lip I hadn't even noticed before, and bruising was coming up along one side of his jaw. His dad was standing by the sink, still in work boots and a stained polo from the tire place he managed, arms folded so tight they looked locked. Evan was staring at the TV mounted high in the corner, not watching it. He saw me and sat up a little. "You okay?" he asked. My mom slowed but didn't stop. Adults love pretending they're not listening while clearly listening. "Yeah," I said. "You?" He shrugged, which, given the ankle, made him wince. His dad said, not to me, "She doesn't need to be standing in the hallway." Evan's face hardened instantly. "Can you not?" My mom steered me on. That was the first crack that showed itself above ground. Evan didn't go dramatic. He went mean in flashes, then ashamed right after. The kind of anger that needed a target and kept finding the nearest person because the real target was water, time, the manhole, himself. Mia got released before I did. Her injuries were mostly scrapes and a strained wrist from hauling on the ladder. But when she passed my bay on the way out, she didn't come in. She stood at the opening with her mother beside her, backpack clutched to her chest like she had shown up for school by mistake. "You should sleep," she said. It was such a weird, flat thing to say that I almost laughed. "Yeah," I said. She nodded once. Her eyes flicked to my leg, then away. "Don't tell people the song." I knew immediately what she meant. Don't tell it the wrong way. Don't turn it into a campfire story. Don't let the only thing that survives be the part that sounds spooky. "I won't," I said. She left. Tyler was the last one I saw. That wasn't on purpose. They rolled me to a different part of the ER to wait on discharge paperwork. And sometime after midnight, when the automatic doors at the ambulance bay side open and shut, and the vending machine hum started to feel like part of my bloodstream, I looked up and saw him sitting alone at the far end of the hall. Not in a room, just in a plastic chair under a framed print of flowers. He had a blanket around his shoulders. His wet clothes were gone, replaced by oversized gray hospital sweats that made him look younger and smaller somehow. There was a bruise darkening under one eye and a strip of starry strips near his hairline. He was staring at his hands. I don't remember crossing the hallway. I just remember being there. "Hey," I said. He looked up slowly, like he'd had to come back from somewhere. "Hey, you okay?" A stupid question. He almost smiled at it anyway. "Sure." I sat down in the chair next to him. My leg throbbed all the way to my hip. For a minute, neither of us said anything. The hospital made its quiet nighttime noises around us. Distant wheels, a cough, intercom static. Then Tyler said, I should have left him. I didn't answer right away, because I knew which part he meant. Not the first time. Not when we came out of the flooding tunnel and stood in the ditch. He meant in the junction, when the woman was moving and the man had told him to go. "He told you to," I said. "That doesn't make it better." "No," he nodded. "That was it. No grand absolution. No speech about bravery, just no." His fingers tightened together until the knuckles went white. "I really thought there was enough time." "I know. I keep doing that part over." "Me too." He finally looked at me then. Tired, furious eyes, but not at me. Mostly at himself for still being a person who had to live inside his own decisions. "Did you hear what one of the medics called her?" he asked. I shook my head. "Dana," it landed softly. "A real name always does, not the singing woman, Dana." "She said it calmed her down," Tyler said. "When they got her on the stretcher, I thought about that. About the man calling something sharp through the water, and the way Dana had looked toward him and moved." "Did they say who he was?" I asked. Tyler shook his head. "No. There were so many things the adults around us knew by then and hadn't told us yet. Maybe because they were still figuring them out. Maybe because no answer would make the night simpler. My mom found us there and took me home around 1:30. The neighborhood looked wrong in that post-hospital hour. All the porches dark and the sodium streetlights staining the pavement orange. It was still August hot, but a storm had passed somewhere far enough away that all we got was sticky air and a faint smell of wet asphalt. She drove with both hands fixed at 10 and 2, like she was taking a road test. At a red light on Indianola, she said, "Your father called." That got a noise out of me that wasn't quite a word. "He wants to come by tomorrow." "Why?" She looked at me, then back at the light. "Because you nearly drowned, Lee." "I didn't nearly drown." She turned the car toward me just enough to let me know she knew I was lying. When we got home, she set towels on my bed in case I was still dirty somehow, and brought me water and ibuprofen, and then stood in my doorway for a second like she wanted to say something huge and couldn't find a shape for it. What she settled on was, "You scared me." "I know," I said. She nodded once and went to her room. I slept maybe 40 minutes total. Every time I drifted off, the ladder came back. Not the worst part, interestingly. Not the cart breaking. Not the man disappearing. Just the ladder shaking under all of us, and my hand on Tyler's wrist, and the feeling that the current had more claim on him than I did. By morning, the story had already started changing in other people's mouths. A local station ran a segment online by noon. Teens help rescue woman from flooded storm drain. There was aerial footage of the park and a cropped shot of the manhole with yellow tape around it, and the wording managed to make us sound both heroic and like idiots, which was fair. They didn't name the man right away. They did name Dana by the next afternoon once family had been reached and the hospital confirmed she was stable. 31. Treated for hypothermia, chemical exposure, dehydration. Evaluation pending. That last phrase covered a lot. The man was named 2 days later. Martin Keller, 42. Found in the debris choke beyond the junction after the water level dropped enough for full access. I learned that from Officer Hensley when he came by our house for a follow-up statement. And my mom let him sit at the kitchen table, because that's what you do when a uniform comes to your door, even if you wish they wouldn't. He spoke gently and without unnecessary detail, which I appreciated and resented in equal measure. "There doesn't appear to be criminal exposure for you kids," he said after the practical questions were done. My mother, who had been silent up to that point, except to offer coffee he didn't take, said, "For them." He cleared his throat. "Trespassing, restricted municipal infrastructure, that kind of thing. Under the circumstances, nobody is pursuing it." That was the legal piece then. Not exactly forgiveness, more like official exhaustion. The bigger thing came after. Dana and Martin had been living rough for a while, mostly around the north side, according to the officer. Not permanently in the drains, but using them when they had nowhere else dry to go, or when Martin thought being out of sight was safer. Safer from who stayed hazy. He did not elaborate, and I did not ask with my mother there. Dana had a history of psychiatric holds. Martin had a history of trying to keep her from spiraling, the officer said, with the careful vocabulary adults use when they're compressing complicated human lives into manageable sentences. Toxicology was still pending. So was the full coroner's report. There had been bruises, yes. There were always bruises with people living outdoors and moving through hard spaces and bad choices and each other. That answer solved nothing cleanly. What about the song? I asked. Officer Hensley glanced at my mother, then back at me. Hospital staff said repetitive vocalizing can be a self-soothing behavior, especially under stress. Self-soothing, a terrible gentle phrase for a terrible ungentle place. School started the next week anyway. That might be the strangest part of almost any disaster when you're young. Geometry does not care. The bus still comes. The cafeteria still smells like pizza grease and bleach. Teachers lower their voices and ask if you need anything, but they still need the homework by Friday. I went back with my calf bandaged under jeans despite the heat. Mia wore long sleeves twice in a row and snapped at anyone who asked why. Evan came in on crutches and became briefly, miserably famous. He handled it by telling increasingly aggressive half-true versions of the story until people stopped asking. Tyler missed 3 days, then came back, and seemed to have aged out of 8th grade entirely over one long weekend. We didn't sit together in any deliberate dramatic pact. We just kept finding each other at lunch because everyone else sounded too normal or too excited. There were kids who wanted the creepy part. They wanted the singing, the drain, the manhole, all the pieces that could be rearranged into something fun to repeat in whispers. Mia shut that down fast. It wasn't like that, she told one girl from choir who asked if the woman had sounded like a ghost. The girl laughed because she thought Mia was joking. Mia stared at her until she stopped. The park got fenced off for a month. Temporary orange barriers first, then crews with city trucks and survey equipment. They inspected the culvert system, cleared debris, welded the loose fence section shut. For a while, there were rumors they were going to seal the whole access point. They didn't, at least not completely. Municipal things tend to end in partial fixes. A new warning sign went up instead, bright white with red lettering about flash flooding and unauthorized entry, as if the old problem had been a lack of signage. In October, my dad finally took me to breakfast and spent most of it trying not to ask questions in a way that made every question louder. He asked about physical therapy for my leg, asked if I still felt anxious in enclosed spaces, which was his version of saying panic attack without wanting to own that word. I said sometimes. He nodded like maybe that could be entered into a spreadsheet and managed. The first time it rained hard after all of it, I stood at my bedroom window and counted between lightning and thunder, even though the storm was nowhere near us yet. At school, Dana became the name we used when we talked about that night, which was not often and never for long. Not the woman, Dana. Martin stayed Martin too, which felt right. Keeping their names separate from what happened to them was the only small decent thing left. Months later, I mean real months, enough that the leaves were back out, and the scar on my calf had gone from angry red to a shiny pale rope. I cut through Miller Park on my way home from the library because daylight lasted longer again, and I wanted to prove to myself I could. Nothing cinematic happened. That's important. There were kids on the field, a dad with a stroller, someone mowing nearby, so the whole place smelled like gasoline and cut grass. The warning sign stood by the fence. The ditch beyond it looked smaller than I remembered, as dangerous places often do once they're empty. I stopped by the welded section of chain link and looked through. The culvert mouth sat in shadow, dry this time, only a thread of water moving through the center. The concrete inside was stained higher up where the flood had been. The grate had been replaced. New metal, brighter, and caught in one corner of it, fluttering very slightly in the breeze that came out of the tunnel, was a strip of faded red fabric. Not a whole shoe, not even close, just cloth, probably snagged there by runoff from months ago, probably from anything. Trash has a way of assembling itself into symbols if you stare long enough. I stood there longer than I should have, and I went home the normal way, through the neighborhood, past barking dogs and sprinkler hiss, and somebody grilling onions in a backyard. Ordinary life everywhere, but not unbroken. Never fully that again. Sometimes, even now, when I'm trying to fall asleep and a fan or an air vent finds the right thin note, my body goes still before my mind catches up. Just for a second. Long enough to remember concrete, dark water, the taste of panic, the little metallic tink of chain on wire. And once in a while, I think about something Officer Hensley said without emphasis, almost by accident, when he was packing up his notebook at our kitchen table. They'd found one backpack in the drain system after the water receded. He told my mother. Not two. I didn't ask why that stayed with me. I'm not even sure I can explain it cleanly. Maybe because it suggested movement. After the point, I thought everything had fixed itself into place. Maybe because it meant there had been one more object, one more decision, one more small human arrangement in that tunnel than I had accounted for. Or maybe it means nothing at all. That's the part that stays with you, I think. Not the big answers, the almost answers. The ordinary world closes over what happened and keeps going. Parks reopen. Grass grows. Kids get older. And under that, somewhere, the water keeps its own map. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.